it flow. We'll sketch and laugh, won't you come along? With every stroke we'll sing our song. Treble draw, let your imagination soar. Treble draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Treble draw for everyone. From silly doodles to masterpieces bright, we'll make something special day and night. Colors explode with each new design. In Treble draw, it's always fine. Treble draw, let your imagination soar. Treble draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Treble draw for everyone. So grab a brush or a pen or a crayon. Make a mark any way you can. In this world of shapes and lines, we'll see creativity shine. Treble draw, let your imagination soar. Treble draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Treble draw for everyone.
Welcome everybody, join in tonight as we are going to take a topic, something that we haven't really done before on these streams. We've done it a little bit back when we did Dining and Doodles. We would talk about it when we would be drawing characters, but I've never really given a proper art lecture. So I'm going to be using my 30 plus years of experience in art and design to show off how you develop a proper iconic character. So, I mean, when you do character design, there's a lot of people that'll do character designs, do these elaborate, all these crazy little tiny individual details. Simplify things, man. Simplify. It's honestly, when you think of some of the most iconic characters in the world, they're not, these highly complex details. They're simple characters in design, but complex in fleshing them out. And so we're going to go over that while we do some work on Lead Potion Lament tonight, because I got to be doing that, getting that complete for the month is over. So I have to get this entire comics, which is a 16-page comics, put and done. So yeah, this is one where I'm coming in as an expert on the subject, having done character design pretty much from the get-go. So I'll give my experience and why the hell anybody should care. I am an artist of over 30 years. I've been developing characters since I was a tiny teenager, and I'm in my 40s. So I've been doing this stuff for years, and I've learned and I've studied from the masters. And I don't mean like, oh, the Italian masters or whatnot. We still have to learn from them. But you learn from the comic masters, both American, Japanese, Korean, whatever. It's always good to find somebody that you kind of really influences and develops the character in a design or an idea. So, before you draw a single character, in the process of designing, you always want to get the idea of the character down. Now, this could be, your major character of your story, or absolutely just some minor dolt that'll be in, for a page or two. You don't have to do immense research for any of these characters. And you don't have to do a lot of complex art. Knowing things like anatomy and all that kind of stuff, that you wouldn't get to this step unless you've already learned that. But what you would do is first know your character. So tonight I'm going to be showing you a bunch of character designs I did for a client, a bunch of character designs I did for my own work, and I'll be showing that I'm not speaking BS. This is where the experts come into play, and I'll show you their direct input and it's going to mimic what I'm telling you here and now. So when you design a character, the key thing is to know what that character stands for first. Because personalities, individuality, can show in a character based on how they act, what they love, what their goals are in life. It's these little things that can make a difference. So like right now, I am drawing Theodore in Love Potion Lament, which is also in the series Witchin', because this is a prequel to Witchin'. And this is the first time the audience gets to see Theodore in a light that they didn't see in Witchin', because in Witchin' you are instantly introduced to Ida, and you kind of see Theodore in the background, but you don't get to know Theodore. And in Love Potion Lament, on top of explaining this comedic love story, I wanted to develop these characters a bit. I wanted to have a reason and liveliness to Rylan and Theodore. They're our main characters in this story. And as Theodore is also known as Ida and Witchin', they went in and changed their image, they changed their gender and whatnot with their magic in the series to sort of hide themselves. So in Witchin', I introduced the reason behind Theodore doing this is they want to learn and become a black robe. So a black robe in Witchin', the lore is that you gain a color based off your experience and how many spell types you've mastered. And for Theodore, at the point of Witchin', Theodore is a green robe. At the point of Love Potion Lament starting, he is a white robe, so that would be the first color. Black robe being the most advanced color. Now, in developing that notation of the world, I have to show a little bit of those throughout with their character design. So in this case, Rylan, in this story, and you're actually hearing the new song here, so I don't quite know. Let's go to a different page because these don't have as many colors. You can see they're in whiter robe or whiter sweater vest and tie to represent sort of a Catholic school nature, but it's more of a witch school, so it's a private witch school in this nature. And the school's much different. I kind of didn't want to have the Hogwarts scenario. The look a little bit, but not completely, because this is supposed to be a modern take on magical kingdom, or a magical school, and what they would look like. They wouldn't keep looking like a freaking old castle from centuries ago, especially not here in America. Spoiler, Witchin' takes place in America. But, so one of the personalities I didn't really show, and haven't shown in Witchin', is how Theodore acts. I've shown throughout the series so far, in its 6th, now going on 7th chapter, that Ida has a little bit of anxiety and unsureness about themselves. Their plan, their whole overall thing. Their goal was to become a black robe, and in order to do that, they needed to find, because the caveat of the final row is they need to either create a magic, discover a magic, or improve a magic. And so they felt they kind of studied everything they could in Academy and everything they could behind the veil of the magic area of the world. And so they wanted to go out and explore the normal world, which is called the Techborn world, in the story. And so the idea was for Theodore to do that, they had to go to a college. And in order to go to college, well, there was one slight problem, and that problem was Theodore's father. They are very much anti-Techborn, in some sense, kind of racist towards them, I guess one could say, but it's not really a race, it's more of a, way of life. But it plays into the concept of racism and all that. And it's to do that way that we have this separation, this alienation of this one side of society versus another. And that's overarching the plot in Witchin'. And so when I designed the story for Witchin', I needed to have Theodore be this, have this serious attitude about learning, but at the same time, there were certain quirks they had. Number one, they are oblivious as hell to the world around them. If they find something to focus on, nothing else will matter. So that's one of Theodore's traits that are established in Witchin'. Now, in Love Potion, you see a side of Theodore that's this overly optimistic person to learn from magic. You really see their love of knowledge, but at the same time, their love of just life. They enjoy and thrill at things, new things, experiences, and all that. So they're this bubbling sense of joy that slowly starts to be like, just the world starts to crush on them. And that's childhood. I mean, childhood, you're this carefree, loving personality, but then you have this world slowly tell you no, and tell you no, you need to be more responsible, and all that. And so we're going to see that a little bit in Theodore's development in Love Potion Lament. But you're also going to be introduced, because I haven't introduced Ryland to the series officially yet. He's been introduced publicly, but I've not introduced him in the series as the character yet. That's happening in the current chapter, and I've done all this on this layer. Why did I do that on this layer? Okay. So in order to introduce Ryland at the same time, who's going to be our more focused character in Love Potion Lament, I needed to give Ryland a personality that people can understand. And so, whereas I have Ida / Theodore being this optimistic, carefree personality from the get-go, Ryland's going to be that uptight, strict personality, serious nature that is having their world sort of crumble around them from an event that occurs that brings forth the story of this comic. So, in telling in 16 pages, I have to develop two characters, because considering even though this is a prequel, it's to be digested on its own as its own story. Not everything of Witchin' that I've developed so far can go into the story. And I can't sit there and, give constant lore from the get-go. It has to be a development that you're slowly introduced to through these characters and their personalities, and through the love you have to build, or the hate you have to build of certain characters. So that's one way to start to develop your character. So we initially drew Theodore and Ida on a stream a couple of years back called Something Witchy Came This Way. And you can still find it on the stream. It would have been one of our last, I think, may have been the last stream we had for 2 years, because it was towards the one that I was having to I was becoming homeless again, and it was not a good situation, but it's like, okay, I have this idea, let me develop this character over the period that I'm gone. That's what I did. I developed the character, I developed the idea, I developed the story, and in order to come up with the idea for Witch and come up with all the environment, all the story, I researched. I didn't do as much research as I did with Demon Blade. Demon Blade took, different little elements of Demon Blade take a lot of research. Not as much as, doing a novel. In the case of 11 Kingdoms, which is my novel, I had to do a lot of research in science and technology, as it was a science fiction novel, but it had fantasy elements, so I had to do some fantasy elements and try to think through, how would this part of the world develop a country, but in a different environment that they've ever had, or they don't have in their area. So my example was, in 11 Kingdoms, I gave Africa an ice kingdom. And everybody in Africa that was part of this build team in the series was supposed to design this ice kingdom and how they would handle it. And it was an interesting sort of amalgamation where I would go to the museum, I'd studied African art, and I'd be like, okay, what elements could they take from this and combine it with Viking art? And how would that be written out in the story? And that's just, a concept to develop a world. But to developing a character, it's a little easier. It's like, what do they like? What are their favorite foods? What do they like in, TV? What kind of things do they enjoy in life? What kind of things do they hate? What kind of things do they fear? Do they have allergies? Stuff like that. A little one from Demon Blade, the main character Tetsu is allergic to bees, and has a big fear because, well, they spent many of their summers in Japan and have had an encounter with a giant wasp. Those who don't know, giant wasps in Japan are freaking nightmare fuel. They are the size of your hand, and they are mean and deadly. And so I thought that would have been a nice little, just non-relevant, but occasionally it'll come up here and there as a joke or something for the main character to have. It's a little personality quirk. Then you could have larger personality quirks, like in the case of Demon Blade again, but with Mai. Mai is being a Yuki-onna in her origin. She can't stand heat. She has difficulty with heat, so therefore her greatest weakness is fire and heat. So she can't handle those kind of problems. Hey, another early new song.
But I used to be Theo in my family's gaze. Swap my jeans for a dress and put on a show. Now the world's got its eyes on a witch who they don't know.
This is a little character development song.
Eyes on me, I question who they see. Oh, I'm the girl with the spell in my hand, but I left my old life for a plan. Yet was what I went looking for right, who I
loved a good tease and always had a grin. Now Ada's the witch that is left pining for who they have been. I traded my life for fame and knowledge to find. Now all I can do is keep running the questions in my mind. Eyes on me, I question who they see. Oh, I'm the girl with the spell in my hand, but I left my old life for a plan. Yet was what I went looking for right. Who I am is Theo, still within my sight. The cauldron bubbles and the crowd goes wild, but inside I'm still just a nervous child. Ada's a star and Theo's a ghost. Do I want this life or the one I miss most? I laugh in the mirror at the girl I became, but Theo still whispers my forgotten family name. Ada's a beacon and hero in their thrilled eyes, but some nights I miss my time as Theo, lost by my lies. Eyes on me, who do I even see? That lies within my head spins. Who am I to be with the eyes on
I kind of wanted to let that play. So yeah, a little bit of, it's a little spoilerific for coming with Demon Blade, or I mean not with Witchin. So very much that song is to represent the anxiety that Ida has throughout the story, that builds as the story's going to grow, and what they can possibly do. And with Rylan coming into the picture soon, it's gonna add the element of, did I make the wrong choice? Should I have been open about this? Should I, have, acknowledge my family and whatnot, let them know on this. And the overarching plot through Witchin is this anxiety and doubt of self, both in their identity, but also in the what they want in life. And it's an issue that Tetsu/Tetra deals with in Demon Blade as well, is finding themselves. But in Ida's case, it's more on a loving level. You're leaving a loving family, a loving friendship, to grow and become more powerful, and become a different person, or become another person, but losing themselves in the process. The very words that Theodore is told when he leaves in chapter 1 of Witchin is, don't lose yourself. That's the key. And don't forget where you come from. Don't forget yourself. And that's very much Ida's path. Whereas Tetsu and Tetra and Demon Blade, their path is forged through a past where they were a victim of a very serious crime. And that scar and how people acted during the times of those events developed the fear in them to not stand up, not stand out. And from the latest few chapters, we're seeing them come out and be more of the hero they wanted to be in life. But at the same time, they have to deal with the stressors and pains of others. So we're going away from Tetsu's story at this moment, going into Mai's story. And Mai's story arc, along with some points in Ino's story arc, dominate pretty much the next half of what was already released. So from chapters, I think it's 24, will be the final chapter. It's either 24 or 25. This final chapter of Spring's Fever arc, which we've done before. It was released before when we were doing monthly releases of Demon Blade. And in telling that story, very much the story, and there is, Mai's feelings, and we will hear the song that we paused, and I said I'm going to definitely add to the repertoire on the video lineup of I'll Love You From a Quiet Place. That song is very much my song. It's her having to admit that she loves someone new, but at the same time that person's already in love with somebody else, and they don't want to destroy that love.
Snow is falling on Pelican Town. Lights
And
are twinkling
very much for Mai's story, it's finding forgiveness in herself. And as we get to the past and show Yoku and Mai's relationship and show what truly was damaged, other than, taking her heart and forming the blade, which is where it starts in the series, it's more the emotional scar that's left behind. And a lot of the songs you might hear today also might be some of Mai's vengeance songs, because she was betrayed to the greatest degree. She was betrayed. And that betrayal has just given her a sense of mistrust and unwillingness to love and care for others. And it comes from the origins of where Mai's character is developed from, which is the Ice Queen from the original Ice Queen story. Damn it. Not Dickens, I'm trying to remember his name. I'll look it up here. Oh, we need to do the first cut. Alright, let me see. Hans Christian Andersen story, from the Hans Christian Andersen. That's where Mai's developed from. That she is very much the Ice Queen from the original Snow Queen story, or Snow Queen. Hence her name, Mai Yuki, is a play on Mai Snow. Is her name.
around the tree. We share a smile.
So that's where her namesake comes from. That's where she develops and whatnot. Let's get into the actual information. So we're going to start out with an expert. So we have an expert context here. So this is coming from Character Hub, the website Character Hub. It is a blog put together here by where's the guy's name? I know it's at the bottom here, so I gotta search it up. I thought it would be up at the top, but it's not. There it is. David Davis, cartoonist around 20 years of experience in comics, including independent works and IPs such as SpongeBob SquarePants. He also works as a college composition instructor and records a weekly podcast. So this is what he basically has gone on about how you develop a character, and it's very much going to be the same things we're going to go into. So Number one, watch, read, and listen. In other words, research. Do your research. What do you want to know? If you've got a story. This is another new song that I really love. But hey, we'll listen, point it out later. So, watch, read, and listen. So that means do your research. You know, if you're gonna create this story or create this character, you want to have an idea of what formed them. You use life elements, use life, actual history or actual notable elements to develop this character, to bring them out. So you don't even start drawing the character. You start with doing the research and building the idea. What, step by step, what are they like? So this character invokes potential chaos with an iconic or Insomniac's unique white highlights. Some elements such as webbing remain. So they're pointing out the little white highlights here in the design of Spider-Man. We're not going to really look there. We're not going to be talking about the minute details yet. We want to talk about, we're talking about Radical Edward here. So, those who don't know.
Need to say a word. Welcome to the family. The family. Welcome to
Cut myself off there. So in Cowboy Bebop, you have a character named Radical Edward, who's a young girl that's potentially chaotic in their nature, but is a very good hacker and just chaos in an element. And so in her design, when Watanabe kind of designed character, he wanted the large innocent eyes portraying a child. He wanted sort of this chaotic smile, but the hair being all just scrabbly about and whatnot. And then you have sort of the very simplistic goggles and shirt, cut off shirt, based off the environment they're in. So they were found on Earth, which had been relatively just destroyed by an attack on the gates, which caused meteorites and caused the Earth to also warm up greatly. So they're used to these shorter sleeves and all this stuff, and act all weird because they're just a kid. They're a kid. It's the developments of it. Research, taking in the different media is intently passive. So a good character designer should be active. Think about what they're expecting. Let's take a cartoon character, design the tip for one of the finest cartoon characters ever. So I keep looking at Weird Hours and whatnot. So this is what Sergio Arnaz. So this is Gru. Those who don't know, Gru is a notable character, not in American studies, but he is a cartoon character of note, and he's supposed to be this great warrior that goes around and saves babes. So, but he's still got his silliness about him. So you've got this, big, burly, muscly arms. Definitely skips out on leg day. But yeah, he doesn't wear shoes. He's got his nice little sword here, and sort of the hairband, what do you call it? The ribbon hair. I'm trying to remember what they call them, but it's a hairband essentially, and it's a hairband that is put over there. You give him sort of a iconic barbarian look to him and whatnot. So you do that. So you do research. So the character was designed off of King Kawabuto, who hold on a second. Okay, when designing, so this is another character. They're saying, when designing this character, they used Pro Wrestler, and they used a stag beetle as reference. So that's where they're using their references to develop that character. This is the origins of this creation of a character. So then you get to sketching, and I'll go ahead and show you my own. So when I was talking about doing Witchin', this was the first picture we did live on the Something Witchy Payments. This was a quick poster of Ida as she was designed first, and this was the character design I had first for Ida and Theodore, and I kind of developed things a little bit more as they came along. Her eyelashes have pretty much come in, and that's sort of how I got her eyes the way they are. But with sketching over the year, I'd go through and design how I'd want her to look. You know, how I came up with the whole poison apple concept as the poison apparel, being her clother. We have a few designed item choices. Even the same with Doc. So you see Doc up there hanging up. This is Doc's design. When I initially came up with the idea for Doc, I would draw him out and sketch him out as this ball of a bird and bring things in, and eventually bring in the color to him to give him a personality. And I wanted non-traditional colors. Being an owl, yes, he's an owl. Not a penguin. He's meant to look like a penguin, though. He's meant to be like that. Being an owl, he's supposed to have these unique colors and basically get a sense of magicalness. That's the design for me. So yeah, when I do a design, I'll go through the processes of sketching, and then we'll come into more details. So when designing my VTuber, this is the 0.1 version, and it's what the current version is also based off of. I designed bits and pieces, so I was like, well, how do I want this to look? I was like, well, my favorite color is pink. Let's go with pink. Let's go Android. Let's get little details put together about on the body. Place those details. Like, you cannot see. I can't even go all the way back to show you the back. Yet here, if I zoom in, you can see right here, I have vents on this character in the back. Occasionally you'll see me with the plug open on there, and you'll always see the power bar. It's changed time and time again. You know, I've changed how much power it has and whatnot. You also see the memory access unit right there under the left eye, and the sensors, because I wanted to build what would be an android if it was built today. I also made sure the segments in the arms, the legs, similar to how a doll's body would be. I left off the feet because I was going to put it on the boots. But you see the little details, the design of the eyes, how the face comes together, the hair, which very much is still part of the character. You can still kind of see the back end of the hair. We changed the front. We changed the sides to get the bangs, and boobs were added later, but they were added. But this is the design, pretty much, that I developed, and it took me 4 days to do the research for because I was like, I want to have an iconic VTuber design, and that's what I went with, and we still have that. I mean, very much. Things have changed. We got the plug-and-play shirt pretty quickly, which is one of my favorites to do. And I wanted to go more, I went away from the android more into punk, maybe a little bit ninja punk, with the design. So going back to Dave, we do sketching, so you want to sketch out the character. Sometimes it may help to do a realistic sketch in details. Don't burden yourself on the details. Simplicity is the answer, especially if you're gonna do comics, if you're gonna do art, and draw this character regularly, comics, animation. You don't want a good amount of detail unless you're doing CGI. If you're doing CGI, you can do a great amount of detail, but it needs to be functional detail, so you need to make sure it functions. In drawing, the more detail you put on the character, that's the more where points can go wrong when you draw them. If you want to go more the Marvel or brand superhero, you can do that. It's not a problem. If you have a character in armor, yes, absolutely put personality and detail in that. But when you're drawing things, so his design of King Kabuto here, that he was using the big old wrestler and the stag beetle, you kind of see his sketches here as he's developing this character. He's using joints, but basic shapes to design the concept. So then you go up to building on the sketch. So you take the sketch, and this one is Draculina from Monster High. He uses a reference, uses as a reference to what he's doing, and you're aiming for imperfections. You're not wanting to perfect that character. You want slight details that are different, and it helps develop a character. So I mean, Paranorman. Here we have Paranorman's movie poster. Each character has imperfections. So you have the big jock guy. His forehead is like nothing. It's sandwiched in between his eyes. It's all right there. With the girl, it's, you know, she's very much your atypical cheerleader type personality from that look, and you have the bully who's got, you know, he's got the little gauges in his head, but his chin is made overtly large, and I'll show you my own bully later. But even the main character, Norman, has the big thick eyebrows and the overly spiky hair. So, I mean, simple designs like this. I mean, you can see Mr. Incredible. Three shapes, and then they're all at an angle. They help develop the character. So he's drawing his character more, designing the proportions of his character, bringing it together. Then you have variations. So you don't want cut and paste characters. A lot of creators do cut and paste characters. We kind of talked about this and joked about this with Oda, where a lot of people feel his females are all just cut and paste Nami and Robin. Not true, but it's to the eyes of people. Batman the Animated Series and Batman the New Adventures. Here you have the same character, different series, how he's treated. A lot darker tones were used in Batman and Animated Series. It was meant to be this dark noir sort of feel to the series. And Tim, I'm forgetting his name. The creator of animated series wanted those sort of blocky shapes, especially with Batman. He wanted them to look like this impenetrable wall of a man. And so when he designed Batman for the animated series, he wanted that look. And when they came back and did this new series, they gave him kind of the same look, but they've added a bit more form, a bit more function into his personality, giving him less dark colors, a little bit more whiter colors, to give him more, you know, black and white concept of nature of, you know, he'll go into the darkness and bring forth justice. That's Batman. So, I mean, you get the Teen Titans, the individual designs. Very much the trapezoid elements here, but then you have a little circle for Cyborg's head. Raven would be very much or a triangle, and I'd say almost like a octagon for a head. But you see them slowly developing their characters, so exploring the contrast. Miguel Herrera from Spider-Man 1999, which this version is, of course, from the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. So you have very much... 99 was designed to be this dark and edgy Spider-Man. So they gave him the dark suit and whatnot, with the red being highlighted and really functioned, and it brings out the idea of the concept. And then you can do smaller details, like you can see the smaller details if you look into this picture. Let me see if I can zoom it in a bit. You can see the little white marks in the suit. So I mean, you can do details and bring out that environment from your character design, but you need to get the form down first. The form is important. After you do all your details, you're discovering the character, so we see his King Kabuto character brought together and how he designed it. I don't like. I think he went a little too insecty with the character, but it's more cartoony. And that was how he designed his character. So, that's what you see in creations. When we come back, I will show you some characters I have designed. I'm going to show you the first one right now, and then we'll go back to drawing. And we'll talk about fashion, color, and theming. So when you design a character for a story, for animation, or for a comic, you want to know little elements about that character. So you want to know, it's like, alright, I'm gonna create this man-fish thing, and he's gonna have this personality, but he's a oarfish, so he's gonna have a long flowing mohawk that sort of goes into a ponytail, and he'll have big undersized teeth. That's how long did that take me? 2 minutes? Right off the bat. Didn't even had no idea about it. Just designed that character right there. Now, if I were to go about and draw them, let's grab a blank page here. If I were to take the concept of that very thing, so I want to draw an oarfish man. Like I said, I want a mohawk that goes into a ponytail. He's going to be very probably slender, because an oarfish is just a long fish. So he'd be like a long personality. So we kind of just want a long body, lanky, but he's going to have incisors. Almost orcish there in their appearance. And I kind of feel I want to repeat the mohawk in his eye design. So I kind of want to give sort of this thing. And for me, I kind of like putting in a little bit of brow to define. I'd make his arms skinny, but his neck long as hell. And maybe a little bit of like an over nose to give it a little bit there. But there, we designed a character, sketched out right there on the moment. Takes no time. The more experience you get, the better you can get with it. And it's not that complicated. It literally is. If I did a, oh, that's the same layer. Let's go on another layer here. I did a circle. I did an oblong. And then I kind of just wanted to go further with a mohawk in the design. And of course we add the circles for the arm, shoulders, and just want to have length for the shoulder. Simple design. And people can be like, oh, well, I can't draw, I can't do this and whatnot. It's not that complicated. It really isn't that complicated. It's more a matter of when people draw something, they tend to draw stick figures in them when they start. So they do something like this and be like, oh, well, you know, this is my stick figure and whatnot. Well, to design a character, to design a human, You add circles to that. You add shaped connecting said circles. I'm going to lengthen the legs because I made the legs a little too serious, and the arms are going to be lengthened. But we're getting more of a human shape. That's how it goes. You build, you build, you build, you build on a character. And that's what comes about when you draw a character. So these are two characters and Love Potion Lament that are being introduced that won't, I have no intentions of coming back into Witchin, but I designed these two characters. One, because I needed a teacher personality, and then I kind of want, a secondary teacher around. And I decided both of them were going to be, old. I mean, the concept in Witchin is that magical beings have a little longer lifespan. By like maybe 50 years. At most, 50 years to 200 years at most. And so I was like, well, you'd have these more 1920s personality actors or individuals who are in their senior years, or going into their senior years, being the teachers of this school. And then you can also see the school. I kind of designed this off the concept. Like I said, I didn't want to copy-paste Harry Potter or any of those other magical schools versus old traditional schools. I wanted a modern twist, but with magical elements. And so when I designed Witch Hazel School Academy, which is the name of the academy, I went with some modern design, and I tried to think of functionality of these towers. So the tower that's exploding here is a potion tower. It's where you would go for potions class. You take this, and the reason they separate the towers is for this very reason. You don't want it attached to the building directly if something bad happens. And something bad happens in the first page. It's exploding. So this is a way for me in the story to kind of introduce these characters, kind of bring them about. And so I needed the school to have a personality. There's more details I got to go through on each pages or each panel of the school. I of course got to finish up the characters in the background, give them a sense they're flying above the ground, and whatnot. And then we'll see an output of the tower before we zoom in on Ryland. Who's, like I said, the main character of this story. So we get his introduction within the first page, and then come the next page, we get Theodore's introduction. And you can see this one I've completed. This page is actually completed outside of me doing the word balloons at this point. So you can see this nature of Theodore, and in this case, Theodore's going to be sitting there mulling over what went wrong with the potion that they were working on, because it's Theodore. The explosion is a combination of Theodore and Ryland's fault. And so this, you see this fine mist of the remnants of this potion in the environment, and you sort of get the personalities come into play. Ryland being this, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kind of personality. The teacher sort of questioning stories as Theodore sits there rambling to themselves. What happened? What did I do? How did, maybe if I put more things, that kind of thing. And then as soon as they hear their name, they're like, huh? And it's a moment of playing with the scenario, playing with the nature of a character's personality, and flipping it over its head to get a better impact of the story. And so when I get to pages that I'm currently drawing, or scenes I'm currently drawing, so this gives a better look of their teacher, how she is old, but she wants to carry on this, you know, lovely demeanor. But she carries around this sash for no other reason than, you know, that's sort of the way she would do things. And primp and proper scenario. And so, I mean, it brings in the personalities. So you have Ryland's hair is, you know, designed to be jagged on the top, but soft and puffy on the bottom, because his personality is very rigid and jagged until you know him, and he becomes very soft and, you know, caring and warm. And that was the thought of his design. With Theodore's hair design, the design was intended to be this mysterious, magical looking being. So I wanted a very elaborate hairstyle. And it gets more elaborate come Witchin when they change the style in chapter 5. I'm trying to remember which chapter it was. Chapter 5 to the iconic triple helix. Well, it's not triple. It's a helix hair. Helix hair. So it's a helix. It goes through a helix and whatnot. It's not a proper braid. And I was like, well, I want that to be Theodore's / Ida's hairstyle. So you can kind of see it in the chat up at the top. You can kind of see the actual chat, or see Ida's hair, how it looks when they tie it. They have these two little brushy ends and whatnot. And it's to be this complex scenario because it's a complex character. And so when you develop those things, you can go advanced, you can go a little bit, but the characters are very much, in this case, the teacher is 2 circles, so... I did not mean to do that. I deleted something. Oh, no, I just turned off something. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just turned off something. Alright, so with the teacher, I have a circle, larger circle, triangle. Then I wanted to impede the scene, so I gave Ryland in here, there's a circle coming down into more of a structured form, and Theodore is just sort of this straight line, because at this point, they're solely focused on their scenario. They're solely that point, with the exception of their curly cue. So, I mean, it's these little notes that you put into a character when you design them, not just physically, but personality-wise, that brings forth, you know, a way to, you know, entertain yourself and enjoy the character. So little things that come into play. And that's why I'm kind of doing this. It's not, we're not doing a traditional art, you know, this is how you draw the human form. No. This is how you truly develop your character. And if you don't feel the character's working when you start, maybe redesign it completely, because you need to have a little love as a creator for the character, even if that character is meant to be a villain. If that character is meant to be the greatest asshole of all the world, an Aaron Yeager, you gotta have love for that character, because otherwise you're gonna be, you know, drawing somebody you absolutely hate. And just keep going, why am I drawing this? We're not going to get very much drawing tonight. Not until the second and third hour, or the third, fourth hour. So we're going to go back to the top real quick. So these characters were commissioned for me to design. These are the Bakery Samurai Girls. When designing them, you can kind of see up here, I have little notations about the characters. Roughly their age, roughly their eye color, kind of what outfits they would be wearing in the color scheme they'd be wearing. National they gave me nationality and footwear, what they wanted to see in footwear, and their weapon, and the theme of, in this case, the theme of what they were. So in this case, this is the blueberry. So when designing this, the character is a samurai in a sense. So we gave him a katana, a traditional katana, but I added little techniques like the scabbard has the blueberry at the end tip here, and it has a little sort of charm at the end that's another blueberry into it. And then when you add elements into their actual physical form, so while it's samurai, they're also French. So you want sort of a French design. So I looked on, when designing this, what are French dresses? I went on, looked up the designs of some French designs, and this is sort of what I came out with, is this more simplistic form, and this is one of the earlier versions. And I wanted her hair to kind of look like a blueberry's burst. Which is why we got the 3 knots at the end and her hair cut short like that. But this is not, this is the beginning of these characters for you. Then we come to someone like Haru here. Haru being the blackberry. They give me more an idea of what they wanted to be in here, and details on the clothing. They were American, and they wanted basically all black with just a touch of red. So when designing this, I wanted to make sort of a cross between a goth samurai. I wanted to create a goth samurai, but not like one most people would assume. So most goth, you'd have, fancy frills, a lot of bits and pieces here and dark. I wanted more of a punk goth for this, so I gave her more of that gothy, sour-faced look. With her eyes being green, I used the same color of the leaf on the blackberry bush to use as a reference with her, and then we gave her this long hair that really helps set her for her personality. And then when I designed the sword, again, I put the charm on there, but this time I had the 5 prongs of the leaf, but they're coming out more like spikes, so it's very edgy, dark. So that's very much the gothic decision there. But then we get to characters like Megami here, Milk, a character representing Milk. So in this design, they gave me a huge description of how they were to look. They'd have this makeup, they'd have this particular style, they'd be this way. She's French again, but in this case, they wanted more of a paddle, and I looked around and was like, maybe let's do more of a spoon. And so I made this giant spoon based off of an actual wooden kitchen spoon I found online. And so I designed the spoon around to have its divot and whatnot. And of course we gave her mostly milk. She's got a little bit of lace on her leggings here. But we gave her more of a traditional sort of sexy, female of maybe the red light district of Japan there to give her personality showing a little bit, because she'd be showing off the goods. To have that flirtatious personality. It's a grape, so I didn't put much details in grape because it was just like given the very basics. They wanted white hair, purple coat, and some pants. I forget what kinds of pants these are, but they wanted that, and they wanted they wanted a sword. I kept trying to tell them, he's like, if you're gonna do swords for everybody, it's gonna be hard to give personality to them. And so when I designed this one, I was like, okay, we're gonna do a halberd, and I talked him into a halberd, and it definitely helps give her more of a personality. And her halberd, when I designed it, I took the basic form of a halberd and I added this flourish that reflects a grape's leaf into the blade, and I added some a little bit of vine onto the hilt of the halberd, along with the design of her little gem on her hair, and just sort of made it to where she's more of the mysterious nature. She hides one of her eyes. She kind of has her hair over her eye, carries more of mysterious nature and all. So I mean, that's how she came about being done. Apple was given the concept of Apple. So basically, they gave me, this is their name. They're age 16. They wanted them to look a little younger. They wanted black shoulder-length hair with a green bow and back. And then, of course, they said, okay, apple red kimono with brownish sash, and on the back of the kimono with white circle on an apple. I decided to add some green elements into the outfit because it helped. One, it helped make it stand out, but two, half of apples out there are green. They're not just red. And when I designed her weapon, that glaive is not halberd. His halberd is more an axe blade on a little spike with a spear. I forget what it exactly is called. It's a glaive. Yeah, it's more of a glaive, true. The idea, the concept was I didn't want them to keep just doing swords and having this one person carry a spoon. I was like, we need to put personality into them. And the same here. They wanted a bow staff in this case. They asked for it. So I was like, well, let me not go with just a simple staff. Let's have a little bit of a ribbon on one end of the staff to kind of reflect that she's got another ribbon for her hair. Maybe she can do her hair up twice. And then I give her a very thin ribbon instead of something more severe or structural that you would see commonly on most characters, including my own hair. The more thicker ribbon. The ribbon here is thin and light and more of a hair ribbon. So, and then we get to lime. So in this bakery girl, we had a weapon of a fan because they didn't really give me a weapon. I think. Let's see. Yeah. Making a character, white hair, no hair accessories, clothes like a samurai from Disgaea, sleeves are whole, no holes like the art seems to have. They gave me some art and whatnot. Vest in green, white belt instead of bandages, go with green bikini top. Ice green lime logo on the back. For a weapon, I'm thinking 2 fans. So they thought a fan. So I looked up weapon fans. And I came to this idea. I was like, well, if I'm going to design this fan, it needs to look like a slice of lime. And so I looked up the slice of lime, and I looked up the fans, and I kind of designed a weapon to look like a slice of lime, and I kind of wanted to give her more of a, personality here, showing in her clothes, giving her these sleeves, but having this sort of bikini-esque top with this, Tessin or iron fan, actual weapon used in Japan, more dangerous than think. I mean, they are not to be messed with. I am not joking. They are deadly weapons, but it's a nice, unique change from, because I did about 15 of these characters, and most of them were like, and a katana. It's like, there's more weapons in Japan. And you keep wanting to give them Japanese weapons, we can go ahead. In fact, Tonfa! So this is papaya. It's the only one I didn't put down here, or actually mango. Mango, it's not papaya, mango. She's supposed to be from India, so I wanted to give her more of a look like she's from India. And so I looked at outfits and designs that would come from India and give that little bit of a mango. You can barely see it. She's got some red in the sleeve, but that's because if you actually look at a mango from the outside, there's just a hint of red. There's not much red. It's mostly going to be green or yellow. so just a tiny hint of red as a character. So I put just a little bit there, and they just kind of wanted this like neon orange spree with light green trim. We didn't go with orange. I went with yellow because I was like, well, here's the colors of the fruit. Let's use the colors of the fruit, and I made the tonfa look like the fruit, basically. So we had the stretch of green going into the yellow, going into the red, with the yellow handles. Because if you cut it open, it's yellow inside. So, and then we're back to us. Surprised you didn't pick a guitar or weapon. I was not the one picking them. It was literally the client. So these were all a client assigned ones. The client had since gone with somebody else to do it as a comic. Take these characters and use them in a comic series. And the creator of the series, or the drawer of that series, designed 2 more characters. Chocolate, and I don't know what the other one is. And the character designs are not... this is not me being like jealous of anything. They're just basic design. It's like Chocolate just has a chocolate bar on their shoulder. And it's like, come on. And their weapon has a little chocolate bar handle. And I'm like, you can do better than that, man. You know, commissions on what they are. Sometimes we don't get picked. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's... In this case, if I handled the chocolate, I would have done a little bit of a mix between white, brown, and dark brown into the outfit to give you dark, white, and milk chocolate. And then I'd probably... While I would probably still have a bar handle, I'd almost try to go for more of a saber sword instead of a katana. And do the chocolate bar as the hilt that curved. And then have sort of the handle look like it's melted chocolate. Maybe even do the blade and a brown. I don't know. That's just how I would handle that one. I think chocolate chunk shape would work well with a big club. Yeah, I mean, a big club would have been good too. You know, the sort of... I forget what they call them, but the kind of club you see Kaido have in One Piece. Definitely. You could do that in chocolate. That would be an awesome scenario too. Yeah. Instead of a katana or another sword. But I can show you some others here. Let's see. This is Cherry. So Cherry, I actually gave a red black tint to the blade. But this was one of the first ones they asked for, and so it was very basic, very samurai female look to the design to do it. And we gave, of course, a Sakura Blossom. People love their stuff. I mean, they're cool. They're cool. But when you have a bunch of characters and they're all of the same theme, there's a reason the Ninja Turtles each have different weapons. Now, mind you, you couldn't tell them apart aside from their weapons in the original comic. But so they weren't colored; they were black and white, and they all looked the same. So it was, you know, who had the katana, who had the bow stick, who had the nunchucks. Originally, comics were black and white, so it made easy sense. Yeah, yeah, and the next stuff I'm going to show, so we've of course showed I. So when we come back, I will be showing the next article, and I will show Demon Blade character design from get-go. So you'll see some. I can't show from the very get-go because that's in books I don't have anymore. Because Demon Blade I designed back in 1997. I initially designed Mai, Tetsu, and Ino in 1997, as well as that. And I'm gonna show you each of them. Mino's gonna be the only separation because I wanted to show a non-human character, in that sense. But we're also gonna go over another article. So we'll get to that in a minute. But we're gonna get back to the drawing. Now I'm gonna go ahead and close the eye, and we can get to the designs here. So, yeah, essentially, when you design the characters, personality is always a thing, but little elements, like in the case of the Bakery Girls, they were designed based off of food items. And basically, you're given a weapon, a food item, and how roughly they dress, and a nationality. So I would do research on the nationality. I would go about and search for, fashions, try and be original each time and whatnot. Originally, the comics black and white, and so, non-human. That's more my speed. Humans are hard to draw because even non-artists can see their mistakes. The uncanny effect is visible. It is. I am having a little uncanny effect right there with the wrist. I don't do as many non-human characters. I do have mascot characters. We showed Doc earlier from Witchin, who's... I really have got a lot of work still to do with Doc. There's not really a personality to Doc other than he's just there. He's a mascot. He's essentially a mascot character, and he carries that attitude. He's going to show some Risen in the next page of Witchin. But with Doc being an owl but designed to look like a penguin, the concept since Theodore and Ida's powers are mastered in transmutation, Doc has that personality as her familiar to be able to change their shape. And Doc has, like, I haven't listed in my notes, it's like 4 to 5, oh no, 8 different shapes, I believe. 8 different shapes. Where they take on different animal looks, but the things that remain with them as they transform is going to be the beak and those stupid circle eyes that I give them. There's Doc right there in Theodore's hands. So those stupid cartoony eyes on the character to put into a vision. Very much the personality of Doc is that kind of thing. Kind of like a little a ditto. You can always tell by the eyes. Essentially. Well, I mean, there's no hiding who it is, but it's great for comedic relief elements to give them that sort of personality. Or little notes. You can see what we're going to be drawing today. It's a very complex one. But at the same time, a lot of cartoon characters from tradition. Where was I? Okay, there we are. So I'm working on the teacher here. Like I said, she's old. The magical people in Witchin are very much a dying race, essentially. They don't... I believe I've written somewhere in my notes, it's like, this, because of magic, they age slowly, but at the same time, they don't multiply as much. So, while you'd have different other magical species around, and we are introduced into that with the Goblin, the Golem, and Armand, the Dark Elf, member of the Wansdales, in which they carried a little bit more to their traditional look, although in the case of Detritus the Golem, him being based off of Discord's Detritus, or not Discord, Discworld Detritus. I wanted to have this big, bulky, just rock slab of a creature that had a dumb look on their face all the time. So I had them paint a mouth on them. Longer lifespan, longer gas generation period, less burst. Same with animals. The shark that is pregnant for 3 years. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do the 3 years, but I haven't fully decided on, you know, how long a pregnancy would be with the magical born and Witchin. Because it's not come up yet. I mean, it will, because having a gender-bending story with a character who transmuted themselves into a female, that's something to worry about. That especially as the story progresses, because there are story elements that are going to come into play where Theodore is going to start being like, I did this to myself, and now I'm learning things I never wanted to know. That kind of scenario. It's like, okay. But in this case, with the teacher, I kind of want to have her have this sort of real flatline, strict elegance. Like I said earlier, of the 1920s, because she'd be brown from that period. It's always a question I had. I thought the same thing reading Rumble Head. I mean, it's been a question of mine with Rumble and Half, and I've said before, and I'll say it again. When I was learning how to draw, especially anime and manga style, the people I learned from at the time, so we had Toriyama, we had Takahashi with Ranma 1/2 and Maison Ikoku and Lum were in my reading repertoire. We had Ah My Goddess in my repertoire, and we had Sailor Moon in my repertoire. Because I was learning this stuff at the end of the 90s. So stuff that most people these days would use reference, like Bleach or One Piece or Naruto, or, you know, even Demon Slayer these days, or, you know, Jujutsu Kaisen and stuff like that, didn't exist. Or they didn't exist in America. One Piece did exist, but we had not gotten it until my senior year in college. And by then I had pretty much the design down that I use for my character references. Or my style was down by that point. Tenchi Muyo. A little bit of Tenchi. In fact, when I started creating Demon Blade, one of my friends in college who read my work and read the early pages of Demon Blade was like, oh, it's very much Tenchi Muyo. I was like, kinda. It's like, it's not as harem crazy. While there is a love triangle, it's not all about, you know, new girl falls in love, becomes wife option kind of scenario with Tenchi Muyo. And as I've grown, the more I've come to hate Tenchi Muyo. I really have. Tenchi Muyo and Love Hina, both of those titles I have just come to despise, and I used to have a figure of one of the characters in Love Hina. It was one of the few figures I ever had. I also had a figure of Belle Dandy from My Goddess that I wish I still had, but she broke. Sadly. I do have figures now, but two of them are not figures I want. I kind of got them out of a Crunchyroll grab bag, and I don't care for the character from Demon Slayer that I have, which is the spider boy that Tanjiro had to fight in season 1. Mainly because it's not a good pose, and it's a very bland looking figure. I mean, it's all brown. Even in color, it's all brown and bland. It's the most lackluster character you can put on a side. Aside from the one character I actually want to keep, which is the Guts figure from Berserk. That I'm fine with keeping. And then I have a picture from our character from what is she from? I think... I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I think it's from a romance anime that... I mean, she's cute. It's a nice looking figure on the box. I haven't really opened the box. But I have no interest for the character because it's like a teenage girl on a floaty. You know, she's in a tight bikini. I'm not into that. Guys can be. I'm not into it. I'm into drawing it. I wouldn't mind drawing that kind of scenario, but I don't find her something I wanted to put on display in my home, really. So it's like, yeah, those two characters not really fitting in my home. I have other things I don't want in the hair. But I do have characters I do like. So I have a little mini models and whatnot. I have a Sun Raku and an Albedo figure model. Not much into the model collecting though. I mean, a lot of people like the Albedo. I've seen a lot of good Albedo. I have not really watched Overlord, but I've seen amazing figures of her. Sun Raku, yeah, I can see it. I could probably have a Sun Raku in here. I'm just opening a vegetable fruit V8 so I can have my vitamins today. The minifigures I have an Anya. She must be kept on the shelf because she's precious. From Spy Family. I also have a Lloyd in here, but it's a very tiny Lloyd. And I can't get him to... Well, he does stand pretty decently. He stands better than the Luffy. So I have a tiny Luffy Gear second figure. Anya is great. Love her smug face expression. You know, this is her excited expression, and she just sort of sits there, and she's like really happy and has her hands up and whatnot. And I feel it's precious enough to be like, yeah, keep it on display. And then I have a Goitama from the Hello Kitty run, and yeah, because I love the stupidity of the lazy egg, as he's called. Loved this series. If you haven't watched it on Netflix, it's one of the funnier series out there. It's short. It's live action and animation together. And it's just the silliness that is a journey of an egg and a chicken in the world that goes weird. Because we're talking the same people who gave us a Gretzko, and I of course have a Gretzko wallet as well. So I'm a Hello Kitty fan, but I don't have much Hello Kitty stuff here in the house as much as I'd prefer. But hey, I also get a Rem and a Ram Gotcha minifig. Yeah, I mean the other ones are all Gotcha minifigs for me, but yeah, Rem and a Ram minifig. My friend joked about one of them being missing. Well, technically, story-wise, I don't even know. I know I've known a little bit of the spoilers, but I think I'm caught up, and I still don't know if Rem is back conscious. I think she's just gonna be continuously unconscious the entire rest of the show or series, because I was just like, what? Junji Ito did a pop-up crossover with Hello Kitty. Here's Japan. Oh God, I would have loved to have some of that. To have the weird Hello Kitty stuff. I mean, Hello Kitty's doing a lot of things. I know there's a Hello Kitty combined with Attack on Titan that I do have a standee of. Of the normal cast of Hello Kitty, that is Kagurome. I have her as Harenge from Attack on Titan as well, and it's a nice. Well, it's a pen, but considering I know the dub actress of Harenge from Attack on Titan, I know her personally. It's like just perfect to have it. and it's just a nice little thing to have. It's enjoyable. It's the only Kurunge thing I've got. I wish I had more. I wish I had more. I finally had to get rid of my Hello Kitty wallet because it was getting too damaged. And of course I have all my amiibos, because I'm a dumb collector of those. I say dumb because I'm like, hey, that one's cute, let me get it. And then I'll figure out, oh, I already have this one. and when you get to the point of collecting some stuff and you're like, do I have this? And then you go home and you realize after you bought it, yes, you did. Then you have a problem. My friend Jen visited Japan, got me a Nikkei Mouse mat from the pop-up train themed. It's too big for my desk. Wow. I do need to get some more decorations in my house, but at the same time, right now, waiting for more employment work to help bring in that money so I could get said things. It's like 60 inches across. Wow. I mean, I've had a desk in the past that could handle that, but that was a massive desk that I used to have, and it was a corner desk. I mean, what I'm sitting at now is a corner desk as well, but the idea of this corner desk is it's not as big and it's light in a sense, which is good compared to my PC, which is 50 pounds plus. Cost a lot to ship that son of a... And we just shipped it in the US. There was no overseas on that thing. Overseas, I would have paid a couple more thou. But yeah, I mean, it's nice little things. I'll keep around. I have a Minecraft pink sheep from McDonald's promotion earlier this year, and that was the only one I wanted anyway. Was the pink sheep, and then I have some of the McDonald's Hello Kitty Yu-Gi-Oh crossover that they did at the beginning of the year. Always been fun keeping you company. It's 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. I had to check out. All right, well, enjoy Purple Fandom. I always enjoy having people join in and chat. It's great to be here. And let's get on to the final bit here. So kind of chatted a bit here. Let's get into the final talk, and then we'll get into the drawing of tonight. So, we'll go through some of the Demon Blade creations. So, Thaddeus Harris Glenn, you can see the details I've written here on them, father, mother, and all that stuff. So, this is what I've done more for Demon Blade. I've done a lot of the characters. I did these sort of character info cards. And I had to draw, since I knew I had to draw Thad at both age 10 and age 20, I knew I had to have him stand next to him. And when I originally drew Thad in the original Demon Blade comic, he was just this fat kid. Just this fat kid. And design. But one of the characteristics I wanted to give him is these, eyebrows, along with this sort of very thuggish look to him, because his nickname's Thug in the series, and I wanted that personality, this cartoony Thug. When I was designing them in the new comic, this is my first sketch of that, how I wanted him to look in the comic, along with August. This is pretty much how August came out. I'm not going to show August really today, that I know of, unless I see her character card. But yeah, this was her design early. August being sort of that clinger on cheerleader, superior cheerleader, head cheerleader sort of attitude throughout the series, to where she's that arrogant, I'm better than you personality. Then we get into Mai, and so with Mai, she's very strong, athletic, I had a little things that was like, nope, not going to reveal these secrets yet. But we see, she has a large family. We have her blood type, her series, and whatnot. Very important. Mai's mark. So the choker she wears is, I know some people not like this, but it's based off of slave collars. Actual slave collars. And when the blade hits a target or is part of them, it's basically a servitude. They have to serve the blade, and whoever owns the blade, they have to serve that person. And that's sort of the binding contract. So each blade member has a mark that has the triangle, circle, square, which is heart, body, soul, as the symbol of the series. When I designed the series, I wanted to have those symbols together that way. Mine was initially designed to have long hair and sort of have these sort of triangular icicle bangs. Being an ice demon, she kind of carries that personality and nature, and she's usually very sporty, but I was like, well, I need to draw her in the past. In the past, the blade hasn't been made yet, I had to draw her in the past, so it's like, well, she's gonna hide in humanity in that side to find a victim. And I have to design her a bit off of a Yukimona tradition. So we give her her sash coat, Kimura coat, she would have as part of the nature. And come chapter 13 of Demon Blade, you will see that come into play. You also see Mai's energy ball form. That's basically when they're just a head floating. That's them conserving energy. Mino was designed to be a freaking play on Cal mascot characters for things, but I had to go around and be like, okay, I could design the character, but I want to make sure they're funny looking, stupid, but at the same time have their nature into it. And Mino believes he's a superhero, essentially. He has that mindset of justice and all that. And so giving him like a picnic table cape, originally when I designed him for the 2013 run, he had elements of burgers, since he was built off of burgers in this comic to be made into created by Mai, and so this given him this design. The only thing I really kept was the lettuce hair mohawk that he has. Too much lettuce on those burgers they use. Too much lettuce. But giving him this personality, I kind of based him off of, I think, Babel Cow? Or, Laughing Cow. Based him off a little bit off of Laughing Cow logo. So, that's where I kind of give it, but I was like, oh, let me give him some different personalities. But as a Minotaur, just cute little Minotaur, that's only 3 feet tall. Nice little play onto it. So then I'm going to show you Tetsu first, and then I'll show you Tetra. So Tetsu, they're, I go into all their family that's alive because each one's going to play a role in each neighbor. But more often you see Tetsu with his dad Hiroshi, or his grandfather Toshi, and grandmother Hana. Occasionally you'll see his mom around, Karen. But we get all the personalities, so I have all these likes that they like, all the dislikes they have. Things of note, so we have Tetsu is transgender. They, however, due to attacks at age 7, Tetsu went into the closet and refused to be willing to show their side until Mai helped push them out towards her dream. So we go into that nature, and so this being the male form, so we have elements like the height is 5'5", the weight is 140 pounds. They're going to be a short character. When I put Tetsu next to Mai and next to Ino, they are shorter than Mai but taller than Ino, because Ino's 5'4" and Mai's 5'6". But then when I go into Tetra, still 5'5", less weight, they have boobs, and much of their personality comes out, and it shows, especially in the design and the outfits I give them. Tetra has more flowing clothing, and a lot of that helps in comic drawing to give a sense of action without having to draw speed lines. You can draw a run much better with a cape or a dress than you can with pants. And it's also why I go with the longer hair with Tetra and design, but certain elements stay and remain. So Tetsu's eye color, the piercing ice blue, the scars on the neck and the chin, always there. Actually, if we went back to Mai, I don't show it here, but she has a scar across her left breast, where the heart was taken. It might be in here a little bit, I don't know. Yeah, it's barely showing. You can barely see a little pink right there. So, I mean, and then we go into the concept of the Demon Blade. The Demon Blade's meant to look simplistic and designed from the get-go because while it's this great magical weapon, it wasn't finished. It was not completed in the story. So I wanted a way to make it look unique, so I gave it this flowing sort of cloth that would have been used to cover it as it was being forged and worked on. But if I take that cloth off, which I've done in some drawings, you have the exposed, just the blade. There's no handle to the to it. So Tetsu needs that cloth to pretty much keep themselves from cutting. Well, the blade's dull, but the concept is to keep from getting hurt by the weapon. You know, you keep the cloth around. But it also creates a great, shot with Tetsu. And then we can go into Tetsu. When I had to go through Chapter 5, and this is when I first draw it. This is Tetsu being drawn out in Chapter 2 for Chapter 5. And I was like, well, I need to draw Tetsu as a kid, I need to draw Sarah as a kid, I need to draw Hugh as a kid, and I need to draw Kyle as a kid. And I was like, well, let me draw the four of them as they are. And so this was my sketch for how they would look. You kind of see this look of Tetsu with the broken, bandaged up form, and you see the actual page that this character comes out about on this page. Come 5, there's Tetsu's final design. When I bring them out as the character, you see Sarah with them, and then go into the next page, you get Kyle and Hugh come in here. So things I changed with Hugh, I wanted to make his hair more like his sister's and make it that he dyed his hair blonde, but he was tired of getting told he had an asparagus head from his sister. That was her, pretty much her joke that she'd constantly attack him with. And then Kyle had to look like the cool, kid that everybody kind of wanted to hang out with and whatnot. And that's how I designed these characters as they are, and I needed to make sure their personality shows there in their characteristics. Tetsu, as in young form, while they dressed regularly and drag, they carried a cute personality about them. They were very cute and whatnot, but they were also very shy. So it's little elements like that. So and it shows later in the series, and as the series progresses, Tetsu's very they have their close-knit friends, and that's it. They don't really go out, and yet Mai helps bring that out. Tetsu, they try to make them out and about in the world and find the realization and their dream, where the dream is not about being trans, it's about being a hero, being somebody that can save, help people out. That is their dream. So while it has LGBT elements in it, I don't I never wanted Demon Blade to be specifically about LGBT. Same with Witches. Neither of them, while they have gender bending, they are not solely about their gay characters or their trans characters. Sarah's gay, so she's a lesbian. But Kyle and Hugh, they're straight. A majority of the characters are straight. But Tetsu is in love with Kyle, and the image that Tetsu had as a child marked Kyle into loving them in turn. And as the story progresses, their love that they had in the past rekindles, and now that Tetsu can shift to female, they carry on more of a relationship with each other. More so when the end of Spring Fever happens. So the end of Spring Fever and the original series, or in the run into 2013, Kyle gained the ability to shift Tetsu's appearance to mimic what he wanted to see him as. Now, if he wanted to see a male version of Tetsu, he'd see a male version of Tetsu. If he wanted to see a female version of Tetsu, he'd see a female version. It allows me to do a bunch of jokey gags and putting Tetsu in these weird outfits at inopportune moments. Having a character have that ability. And it's just a little curse that is put on Kyle that just brings out this inconvenient changes and whatnot, and helps add to the drama. It's like, well, you don't want to see me as me. You want to see me as, how you want me to be. And it's very important in the story to kind of carry that personality, carry that story that way. Now, final thing. So step-by-step process. This is going to be our sort of bullet point thing. Create a character profile, brainstorm the details, research the target audience, gather references and images. Then, you choose your best tools for the project. Start with the thumbnails, a lot of them. Basically, that's a little small sketch that you would do in each page. I don't do too many thumbnails in comic work, I really don't. If it's a professional work, I'll do a thumbnail. But I don't do it too often because I want to kind of change around how the panels are now and then. And I've done that before. In fact, one of the pages I showed you all, let me grab so page 17 here. This top row and page 17 are on this page. This entire top row was originally one panel. I changed that concept. I wanted to have a reflection of their childhood and their current adult forms. So, but I wanted to make sure that in this case we had Theodore only from the back. We don't see him from front. We do get a glimpse later at the bottom panel, but we only get from the back. So we don't see Theodore head on. Because transformation. But at the same time, I'd also give Theodore eyelashes when I changed to Ida. But yeah, and then with Ryland, you see his sort of more stern and more open, but still kind of like doubtful, with his shoulder on his arm, kind of being like, well, crap, personality. And just seeing it with one with very bright future ahead, and another one sort of their sun setting. Their world is closing in on them. Very much a good use of color in that concept to set up a premise and whatnot. So going back to the topic, this is going to be where we're going to end things here at the end. So we had thumbnails. Finalize your sketch. So that's where I tend to do most of my playing around with, the different panels. If it's more of a professional work, I'd be more just me tidying up the panel. Render the character design. digitize the sketch. Not much of a digitizing these days. It's always digitized. I don't know too many people who still do paper design. You may do it for sketches, but when you want to do the final one, you do it on digital these days. It's just technology's better. It's cheaper. Ironically, it's cheaper. It's maybe expensive from one go, but you save a lot of money on paper. Trust me. I think my paper budget for 1 year, one time, was like $400 back in the day. I was going to the damn shop and buying, because I draw on Bristol board, because it was more sturdy and better for pens back in the day. So I'd buy the Bristol board paper, and it was like $20-30 a pack. And when I was doing comics back then, I would have to go through and do, a good 20-page comic on Bristol board. Now, I could also get comic pages, but those were even more expensive. So I preferred using Bristol board. It just was easier, and it helped with the pen a lot better. Add finishing touches. Decide on the background. So we kind of see the development, the character profile, as I described, the brain store details. So you want a dynamic image. There's some problems with this dynamic image, and which that it's a bit too messy and not focused enough. Before physically starting anything, I would create my good mood atmosphere by listening to music and sometimes reading comics or news or a novel. When I work, when I'm not doing the streams and doing the work, I will have usually streams or have YouTube playing in the background, sometimes the news, occasionally music. The only time I really do music is here on the streams, and we have our own music, so we do our own titles and you hear it play throughout here. A lot of them are based off of either Demon Blade or Witchin. There's a couple jokey ones in there and a couple of ones that we use introductions to streams, and that be that, but we create them. Like I said, we dropped 4 new songs into the run today for this stream, and we've already heard 3 of them. I haven't heard the 4th one, so I don't know if that's going to come in the roundup, but whatnot. Do your research. So again, this is the key thing. It's research what you want. Use materials. If it's going to be a fantasy book, look up history based off the fantasy of the world you wanted to create. Like I said, when I was designing A Living Kingdom, while it was science fiction, I used African art to inspire me and this was just writing, to inspire me how the design went in the country that was the empire that was created through African culture that designed into a wintry Nordic world. So I did that. So I did that. Gather reference material. Always handy to gather reference material. None of these are reference material, by the way. Reference material, I would say, is gather patterns. Look up fashion books. Look at different style and techniques if you don't have a style of drawing. Definitely put that in mind whenever you draw something. So, yeah, human, animal, anthropomorphic, animal, object. So, a good example there. This is a very unique sort of storybook style here, where the human is very clearly a kid, has sort of a nature with the animals and whatnot, and you have, the wolf-like, sort of almost mysterious villain-esque face, but sleek, slender body, Then you have the anthropomorphic animal, where you put the personality of human into an animal, and that varies in different ranges of how human or how animal you go with the character. I showed off Mino earlier. Mino is an anthropomorphic animal. If I were to draw a cow, I would draw a cow, but Mino is supposed to be a minotaur. So I wanted to have a dumb-looking mascot as Minotaur in Demon Blade. Objects. I mean, you could have, it's important to know the characteristics of objects. Characteristics and buildings also help. So not just characters. You want references for backgrounds if you're going to do them. You can borrow from that. Borrow from anything. The school I have in Demon Blade, Witch Hill High School is based off a real design of a school that was based off of the design of an elementary school that I scaled up. And I did some changes a little bit towards the front of the windows and whatnot, but I kept the architecture of that place. Now I designed the Yushi home completely on my own. I'll be designing the home here in Love Potion Lament of Theodore's home on the exterior. We've seen the interior a little bit briefly, but I kind of was really rushing that when I did it in Witchin, so I'm actually spending some time on the interior this time. But little elements like that. Choose the best tools. How you want to draw it. Do you want to draw it in pen and pencil? Do you want to draw it on paper? Do you want to draw it in clay? Do you want to paint the picture? It literally is what materials you want to use, how you want to convey it. It helps portray the style and whatnot. So very much kid stories like this is, I'm guessing, a Russian story? Slavic story nonetheless. It's a Slavic story. But they gave sort of this, illustration, childhood, storybook artist and whatnot style. I always start my drawings on paper, even after years of experiencing using a tablet. Yeah, same. I have a sketchbook, and if I want to design a character, I usually will jump the sketchbook first. It's simply just how to do things. While Clip Paint Studio, Adobe, and Prita, which is what they suggest here, are good for that. And then if you want to do vector, you go Illustrator, Designer, Affinity Designer. I personally use Clip Paint Studio, and these days I use Affinity because I don't like giving Adobe my money constantly each month to the form of lots of money. If you want to do 3D, they suggest Maya, ZBrush, or Blender. I am not a 3D artist. I've done 3D. The 3D I did is in a program that doesn't exist anymore. It was originally True Space. That was the what I learned on in 3D. It became Maya. So what is Maya? The early predecessor of Maya is what I learned on. Procreate for drawing with a tablet. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't get Procreate. There are a lot of people that use Procreate because it's free on iPad. Spend the money, get Clip Paint. As much as you've seen a few streams of me complaining about the stylus and how well it works with mobile and how horrible the mobile app works with Clip Paint, it's mountains better than Procreate. Mountains better. And Procreate, Clip Paint is only, it's $7 I think for one license. Hell, you don't even need to pay for. I mean, there's the free version too. You can buy the free or get the free version. You don't have to pay for any of them. Start with thumbnails, lots of them. So this is an example of them doing a thumbnail. So you draw a little picture. You kind of draw out how you want it to be. So basically, it's a drawing within a drawing that you use to reference. And the smaller the drawing helps if you want to do something larger, especially in comics or in murals or whatnot. Keep a clear silhouette in mind. Have ears, head shape, positions of arms all clarified divisions. Like I was saying earlier and showing as we design characters. Simple form. The more elaborate you go, the more you're going to lose the definition of that character. You can very easily still create an iconic character with shapes. A lot of people are like, oh, I got to put all this detail in this character and make them all, you know, they got to have wings and feathers and all the, no. Put the pen down, draw the form. Think of the form. Build from there. If you get too busy in detail, you're not focusing on form. And assure me, as a comic artist, you do not want a complicated form. If you have a complicated form and you are drawing 60 to 70 panels a book of that character, it is gonna drive you flipping crazy. You will spend hours doing that. Final sketch. So, finalize your sketch. Always important to know finalize your sketch. Finalize the pose, finalize the details. Step 6, render the designs. Final step, the actual rendering, is done in step 6. So, and then that's where you focus on the details, the little things. You add the touches, as they say. So, that is how you design an iconic character. So I hope that kind of helped people out. Now, tonight, the subject was rather busy here. So, the subject of tonight's drawing, the person kind of had a theme. They wanted basically a bunch of characters that are no longer in their series or have been left from their series early come back on the TARDIS. Two of them being Simpsons characters, which are Maud Flanders and Nancy Krabappel. And then we have Owl House is Flapjack, and we have Tuba from Infinity Train. Out of all these characters, I've only not seen Infinity Train. I did not know Krabappel was no longer on The Simpsons. That shows when I stopped watching The Simpsons. I did know Maud was dead. That was... I watched that episode because like, oh, they're actually going to kill a character off of The Simpsons? I was like, oh, well, let me check out. I had to do this sketch completely offline. I had to use a reference for the TARDIS because the way they showed the TARDIS for the request, they showed me the Lego TARDIS that had the interior showing. I was like, no way am I getting that done in the 2 hours. And it's good to know when you go in on a project, when you draw something, to know your limit. And for me, my limit was like, I cannot draw a detailed TARDIS and 4 characters in 2 hours. It's just unheard of. So, I already drew out the TARDIS. I'm going to be real quickly kind of bringing it out in the background. We are not going to do an advanced background here. It is going to be a very simplistic background because we have not... 2 hours may seem like it's a lot of time, but when you are doing a lot of characters, in animation you're given like 1 or 2 characters and other people work on the other characters, but you plan out the scene. It's often you will work on the same character as somebody else. And that's a way to sort of be conformity. And then they're brought together in the final image, and you focus on one character and continuously keep drawing it over and over again. So you know that character, you know how you have to design it, you know how you have to draw it. And comic work, you can do it in layers. Same with illustrations and most art. Most people do layers. I'm doing the TARDIS on a separate layer. And that's mainly because I want the TARDIS to be in the background, but I still want to have the physical embodiment of the TARDIS very visible in one place. And to do that, I really want to have elements of the TARDIS be broken down easily. And so I did a very simplistic drawing of the TARDIS. I just wanted to do it flat on, nothing else. I don't even know if we'll get to the smaller wording on the TARDIS. We will at least get the police box. I know that's got to be that. I mean, that's the pinnacle of the TARDIS. To have that on the box, because it's supposed to be a, I think, 1950s police box.
The girl they see is different from the one they find.
Maybe 1960s. I don't know when the first division of the TARDIS came about in Doctor Who. I did not watch anything but the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Well, no. 9th, 10th, and 11th Doctor. That was how much I watched of Doctor Who. Once it got to the 12th, I was like, I'm done. But there are little elements here and there I can add in and be like, okay, we're going to do this. But again, you can see I'm using the shape tool to do the TARDIS. So we're just using squares, boxes. Boxes are your friend in drawing. A lot of things can be broken down into boxes, and boxes help make designs. And the TARDIS conveniently is a box. So when you go and design something like, in this case, the opening of the door, I switch from the box tool to the angle tool, so I can make sure I get a proper angle on the drawing. And I do feel if I was going to be like drawing for an episode of The Simpsons, and I had to draw the TARDIS, them coming out of the TARDIS, this is how I draw the TARDIS in The Simpsons. Maybe if I had the time, I'd do a 3D shot instead of just this. But it's far easier to do a straight on in American comics and cartoons than spend time on a 3D drawing, especially if it's a reference to something else. You kind of want to just get the basic to be like, oh, that's what that is, and go from there. So what I did was when I did the sketch for the TARDIS, I took the design I made it with the door closed, because the reference was the door closed, and I was like, well, let me take one door and open it. Just one door. Technically there are two doors on the TARDIS, but it's one door. I'm going to have it open, and just not all the way open, just slightly open, and be like, hey, they're coming out of the TARDIS. This is another Witchin' song, and it does set up personality. I mean, technically this is August, which is Ida's roommate, singing about the college, giving the college some personality. And we'll see some of that as the current chapter goes about, because you're going to be seeing a lot of the college come into play. Now I might add a little bit of 3D elements if I have some time, but right now I'm just going to get the base.
Ticks like a biting snake. Moments crawl, I start to break.
See, this song is just me being silly with boredom.
In empty gaze, in this mundane, endless maze. Walls they whisper, I can't escape. Echoes of silence paint my fate.
When I sketched out Tuba, I used, of course, the references, and you guys can see the little references they gave me to reference in here. They wanted the suitcases on Kerbopple, and they wanted the cookies in Maud, so I'm giving those. But I was like, with Tuba, it's very much you draw a gorilla. You just draw a gorilla, and then you put these tubes on there, and we'll get into more detail when we get to them, but it's not that difficult to see. I'm not going to worry about the hinges I added on the door, little door here, but I have to put the paper that is on the door, because the hinges are going to be blocked by Tuba, so I'm not going to worry about minute details that aren't going to be seen in the picture. I mean, I don't even need to draw this box based off the sketch I have now. So I know Tuba is going to completely cover that box. So there's no sense in drawing that. Now I need to draw the handles.
The stars outside, they mock my plight.
And when you typically draw structure, I really suggest you using the line tools, the curve tools, any of the shape tools. And when it comes to structure, everything's going to be in a line, a circle, and whatnot. It's just helpful to not drive yourself nuts. Now I am going to put a little thing I didn't put, which is the key. For the TARDIS, we gotta do this handle. Then I gotta go about doing the rest of the roof. And I used a picture as a reference here. There are drawings of the TARDIS, and people tend to forget this. The TARDIS has a sloped roof. It's not a flat roof. The little police light or flashing light that goes on the top of the TARDIS is on a sloped roof. Because you can see the little picture, right? You can't see much here, but if you look at other pictures, if I went and said, hey, I'll pull up the talk. TARDIS. So this is a picture directly from the series. Sloped roof. Sloped roof. Even the Lego has a sloped roof. Or, no, this isn't the Lego. This has got to be a light sloped roof. So when you draw it, it's not going to be, even if you're going to draw flat, you need to have a little perspective here. It needs to have a little structure here. So what I did is I put this here, line up. Now I'm going to hide some of this, and even though my sketch shows I cut off the bob down here, it actually should be more of a circle around it. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna line from where it should be. I don't want a harsh slope, I just want a little bit of a slope. Then I'm gonna come up with my pen tip and slowly erase that tip, so we don't, because we're not going to see it, it's part of the structure. See, I'm back, I'm still on the white, I didn't put on the, or the clear. Alright, so we get the top. No, but then they have a slant. And if I was hand drawing this stuff, I would have to have T-squares, I'd have to have curve tool, a French curve with me. Those who don't know what a French curve is, it's literally, it's like multiple versions of a curve, but it never completes a circle. Because if you want a circle, you use a compass. But a French curve is like different angles of curves cut out in plastic, and you kind of just draw that angle. But these days with digital, you don't need to do that crap. Or have all those tools. Even though I have a T-square not but a few feet from me right now. So this month on this stream, it is Pride Month and it's Veterans Month. I'm going to do one of each on a topic. So we will talk a bit about Pride Month, and we'll talk about Veterans Month as well. I'm not going to go on the nature, because the reason I want to try and address that is depending on what media platform you're on or social media platform you're on, it's kind of a heated debate right now. But I do want to kind of talk about Pride Month, and I do want to talk about being trans in 2025, but not from your typical trans perspective, because I am not an activist. I despise activism. I do not like what activists have done, and it's actually hurts me as an individual to be able to have to deal with the crap they've left behind. And we'll go into that. But we'll also talk about, I can talk about veterans, I can talk about, war and whatnot. Maybe I'll throw that in with the CIA story that we've been holding back on covering. But yeah, I don't want to do a heated topic this month that much. Well, Pride Month would be our most heated topic that we'd cover. Well, I got a bunch of attention last month for the Boston schools, particularly scenario, and of course last week with the we had some attention. We didn't get much attention from last week about respecting those who passed. I kind of want to calm down. It's just personal. I don't want to keep doing just rage content, which is what we've done the last month. I will cover hard subjects to talk about. There is one that I'm purposely avoiding talking about now, I will address it, though. It is the terrorist acts of Colorado. So you can date this. It is the 3rd of June, 2025, if you're watching this later, at the time of recording this. And yeah, we just had the terrorist attack. This is going to be essentially the second Jewish attack, or attack on Jewish people, in 2 weeks. And we called out the first one last stream. So I gotta call out, this is another one from a gutless coward that was brought here illegally and did everything illegal, and by all means, the dude needs to go away for a long time for what he did. There is no excuse, especially burning a survivor of the original Holocaust the way they did. It's heartbreaking. But there's our TARDIS while we're talking. So, I don't even want to do. I'm gonna do something ominous. So I'm gonna take a little. Take the blue on the bottom. So this is the shade I'm gonna use for the blue on the bottom, and I'm going to take that shade, darken this, and we're gonna kind of so it gives that ominous appearance. Just a little bit of a darker tone, a little shadow movement, putting into the TARDIS there. Of course, only black really should be on there. That goes on top of the box. We'll add in little dark shades of blue, but I want to get this sort of bluish gray of the TARDIS here for a base.
From the ceiling tiles, butterfly pancakes, truck the floor with smiles.
And getting this over with first, because it's like, alright, we're having to deal with this. I believe the handle's supposed to have some darkness to it, but we'll add a little bit more to it as we go. But for right now, that's good. And the TARDIS has the windows white. So it makes you have to really open the door to look in. So I'm going to take the TARDIS, I'm going to fade art drawing so I can see what I'm drawing for characters. And usually when you're drawing with characters, you want the furthest panel, if you're going to treat them differently on different panels, you want the furthest panel to be the most character in the back. The furthest character from you will be the furthest panel. And it's just how it's drawn. So my furthest character is going to be Maud. Simpsons characters. I have not really drawn Simpsons characters before. I've drawn them roughly occasionally, but I've never fully... This is the first time to draw Simpsons characters. officially. And Simpsons have these very cartoony nature to their characters. So I don't know if it's going to be a good representation of Maud, but we're going to try and do what we can. And then they have this cut chin. Every Simpsons character has this cut chin, where they don't really have a chin; it just goes straight into their neck. And to choosing to do Maud on the side. So this is a song I have not released before to you all. It's I added to the list. This is Tempest Rage. So this is Mai and Eno's father in Demon Blade doing a song. And it's very much about a protective father that really wants to guard his children from his daughters from everything. And they'll face the storm I've made in rage. The world's a wound of jagged stone, a place I vowed they'd never roam. Each crack it calls their names to tread, but I'd rather fight till I am dead. Tempest rage, it's and for those wondering, yes, you can read the 2013. If you go to demonblade.com, demonbladecomic.com, if you go there and read Demon Blade, you can get the older chapters from 13 on. The reason I don't have the chapters before 13 on there is, one, I didn't like the look of them, and it's part of the reason why 2015 came about, is I did not like the look how the comic came out. But additionally, I felt there's more character development that needed, so that's what we did. But I see danger in his aid. My wrath cannot be still. We did not see Maud's ears. Okay. For love like his I see as pride. Should he fall, then winds may slow. Until then, let my anger grow. Again, I don't know what exactly this request is supposed to be. I'm just going with what they requested, and it's like, okay, we'll do it. Of course, Simpsons being an American cartoon, four fingers. Why four fingers? Let's explain why four fingers, people. So back in the day when you had to hand draw animation, it was far easier in the earlier days to draw four fingers on a hand than five. And it was between being a quick way to draw and an aesthetically a way to draw, because you'd have so many redraws, because so many artists have difficulty with hands. So it just made sense to kind of draw the hand without a pinky. So that's what they did. They just drew three fingers, and a lot of classic cartoons still carry the three fingers. I've got to make the cross cookies. I want to see. Okay, there's no fanciness to her sleeve. It's just a sleeve. But her sweater has some detail on it. Scandalous. For Maud, it's scandalous. She has some detail in her character. eyelashes. And I'm gonna break. Let's see the detail in the sweater. So it's a little. So it's supposed to be like this. Plain skirt. So Maud was killed off for a couple reasons. One, the actress that played Maud is hard to get along with, at the time. But two, Flanders was just a boring ass character when Maud was alive, in my opinion. He was supposed to represent the boring, traditional church-going, or church-loving individual in The Simpsons. And when you have another character like the Reverend around, you can only take so much in a story and have repeating character personalities so often, and to have an entire family that's the uber Christian, and then you have the preacher on there. Now, given the preacher in The Simpsons is less Christian than Ned, I don't know if that's changed with Ned over the years, but that was Ned's personality. He was the very Christian father, compared to Homer and his more carefree fathering personality. I'm gonna redo that. Let's in fact go from here to here, and I will erase the line that's remaining. Why they were so adamant I have to draw the cookies and draw the damn suitcase, I don't know. I guess it was how the characters were supposedly last seen, but she wasn't. Maud died not carrying cookies. She was carrying, I think, hot dogs. Because it was a whole thing. She went to go get food for the family at an event, and then she got killed by a t-shirt cannon. This was when t-shirt cannons were still a brand new thing. And she fell to her doom. Not the best way to go, but I mean, it's... And they brought her back a few times to do little nods back, but I mean, essentially, I'm kind of surprised most of the Simpsons cast still is active, but then most of them were the same 6 or 7 people. So,
I watch you laugh when she's around. My smile falls, it hits the ground. Your eyes light up when she walks by.
so this was a rejected song for Ryland and Theodore.
She calls you sweet. You're lost
Well,
in pain.
Ryland and Ida.
But I'm the
Because the reason why it rejected it should be obvious.
I held your hand.
It's making it sound that Theodore's in love with Ida,
She can't do that with her perfect tricks.
when Theodore is Ida in the series.
She's stealing
Now,
my time. She's stealing
self-love is fine,
Does she know
but
I bake a cake for
let's not make a romance
Don't
about self-love, especially in a manga or comic. It's not the friendliest of
She sends
content.
a text with hearts in suits.
Scandalous, she wore heels.
Full novels.
Oh
Unsent
God,
truth.
I'm getting this. Okay, good. It's not frozen. All right. Love to not have one a day where it's freezing up on me and I'm doing these.
Cheese tacked. Do you see her shadow cast my way? It's cold.
I'll go ahead and see that's Mon's lair. We gotta do the cross cookies.
She won't climb trees or jump that creek.
I want to do those on a different layer because I want to get those perfect. Let's add. Oh wait, I put it on a different layer already. Put her hair. Let's finish her hair up. I kept this song in the playlist because I like it, and I was like, it's catchy. I think it works, and it kind of does. That's not the way her hair goes. Her hair kind of sweeps like that. All right.
She's stealing my time. She's stealing my view.
We're going to.
Does she know I'd bake a cake for you? Don't need her smug smirk. Her hair's a mess. I'm your best friend. And
Different
your
color
love
on the neckline. It looks like.
Thrown into the wolves they call kin. Once Dale's scheming life soaked in sin. Told me I'm one of them, yeah, debut. But I sniff the rot beneath their virtue. Spoiled apples dressed up as
And this is a witchin' song that is making the list for the soundtrack. And is about the Wansdales, which is the villainous family. And Ida trying to deal with it, basically. And this is her sort of like, I'm not gonna sit there and take this kind of personality. I'm gonna make her pupil bigger because it looks like the pupil's bigger. And then we gotta do her lip, which looks like it is using that pink and the other pink. And then we need to put the pink shirt color on the collar. The button's the same color. Well, no, the buttons are black, so I'm not gonna worry about them. And the shoe color.
They clink their wands like swords in war. Hungry shadows, they always want more. But I carve my own fate, oh so sure. Noisy puppets, I'll play no harm. Spoiled apples dressed up
Trying to get
as
the color right there, but not too big of a deal.
but their hearts are so cold. They see my power.
I need to fix that shoe. That looks like she's breaking her damn ankle
I'm no
on this shoe.
one's pawn.
is a Tetsu song. Alright, use their shadow colors to help add in depth. I just want to note I'm going to be establishing shadow based off the mod here. So the light, where the light hits, is going to play into the other characters when I draw them. So today I had to put this information out because a lot of people have been ignoring this. And I do want to establish on the stream, for those who request that are not coming in through DeviantArt. So we do these requests weekly. We do them for 2 hours. I have always had rules to this, so it's not like people have been doing it, but a lot of people have been abusing those rules. So stuff like, we can only draw this in 2 hours, so don't give me something too complex. Usually keep it to 2 characters. And if you put a great amount of detail into something, it needs to be, understand that it's not going to come out that way that you want it, because I got it. 2 hours is a lot to give up for a art piece. And when you're doing an illustration piece, especially, while I can get the art going pretty well, I kind of want to do this to kind of cover my mistake there. It's important to note when you have a little bit of time to do things, and in my case, we do this as a little freebie for people that keep asking. It's like, well, can I get a submission and whatnot, or a request in? This is the way they do requests. Anything else is a commission, and commissions are money based, and my rates are fair. They're fair. They're not. I'm not demanding the everything somebody owns in a drawing, but I am demanding at least just compensation for my time and effort. But when you do that, some people are like, oh, well, I'm going to take advantage of this. And they'll ask for like a comic. They'll ask for, this hyper detailed image with all these little tiny nicks and crannies. And it's like, only reason I went with 4 characters and agreed with 4 characters on this is they're very simple. Tuba's, I think, the hardest for us, and they'll take a little bit of time. But considering I've already done the TARDIS, I've already done Maud, Krabappel's not going to take long either, and Flapjack will be pretty quick as well. It's literally gonna be Tuba's gonna be the more difficult one, and it's literally a matter of because I've never drawn them and never seen them before, so I'm having to require the reference a lot more on that. So you can also see why I wanted these. Shoot, I'm already doing these wrong. Alright, so I want to do these cookies, so we need to kind of do crosses. And I'll do trying to put perspective in the note. doing these cookies. Although, I mean, it's a lot of detail to put into a cookie that's on a tray. But, they wanted the cookies, I'm giving them the damn cookies.
No more bruises, no more pain. Escape the storm.
Personally, I wouldn't be drawing Maud Flanders anyways. 'Cause when I think of Simpsons characters, I don't think of Maud at all. Other than that she died in the series.
Lost in the sorrow of each silent tear. No more
So, this song is Demon Blade, but it's a character that has not appeared in the current series, but has appeared in the 2013 series. She's coming, though. Lori's coming. And talk about dark past in that character. Whew. It'll be a question on how I can get away with telling that story too much. I'm glad I do Demon Blade in black and white. If I did in color, there'd be so many, not people, so many claiming things because of how much blood is in the series, and damage in the series that characters take. It is not a pretty comic at times to draw. Okay, we gotta do a cross.
She thought freedom could begin.
So, yeah, in the case of Lori, the suicide is involved. So, yeah, I had to mumble that. Yeah, when we talk about a subject like that in any media, it's usually, I can't even get away with it on here and talk about it in general. That's the other thing. So many people requesting stuff that cannot be airable on streams. For that's like, dude, you know this is publicly streamed. I am not putting that on a stream. It's like, I am not drawing a fully naked person having sex with somebody else. Not happening on the stream. If I had an OnlyFans, maybe, but that's all that's going on OnlyFans. Do not expect me to actually show up on my OnlyFans. I won't even put the eye model through OnlyFans, because good lord, I just see the looting that would occur. I have no problem drawing that stuff, but it's like that's commission stuff. You gotta pay me for that stuff. As long as it's not, you know, the more grosser stuff people go through and do. This is about Hogwarts Legacy, so. I do have a question. It's like, for the audience, it's like, hey, we're at the point in Stardew Sunday where we're going to the second year. Do people want us to keep doing the second year? I mean, we get a lot of audience for that, so I have a feeling we're going to keep doing the second year. Problem being is like, do we really need to do the second year? Or I mean, do other shows or other games? Do people want us to do some other games? And I'm only dedicating Sunday for it because I am not going to be committing what we did in the past, because I just don't have the time, and that is to do a full game that requires a lot of attention. I'm going to make these look like actual icing because it looks like there's icing on the cookie. So I'm going to make sure that we have an actual icing look to the crosses. But yeah, it's we did Hogwarts Legacy, but we had a glitch and it broke. I wouldn't mind going back to Hogwarts Legacy. I really would. but it's a matter of, do the audience want to see that game being played? And I know certain people don't want to see that game played at all. I don't care. This is a fairly new song. This is an Eno song, because I've gone through making a bunch of songs, and it's like, I never really made one for Eno. So Eno's story in Demon Blade being my sister, she's very much self-doubt, because she's always been told she's the most worthless person, and that she doesn't belong in the family and that stuff. That was how she was treated, and so she has a very strong story of self-doubt and building upon that. I'm going to do the icing with a pen. Because we need to get back on other characters. We've almost spent 30 minutes on Maud, and I have 3 other characters to draw. And this is why I was like, it's really going to be touching on this one. There you go. Her cross cookies. There you go. Yeah, that's all you get. That's all you get. Alright. Edna. That's right, it's Edna, it's not Nancy. It's Edna. Krabappel. I have her smoking. I think she tried to quit or something in the episode, but I don't really care. I was like, as long as I've known Krabappel in the series, she's always been a smoker. And been that teacher that's just like, I'm gonna give up, but she doesn't give up on the kids at the same time. Particularly Bart, of course. But the lash is still going up, but yeah, actually, let's do that. We'll do, because this is more lazy, I don't care attitude. Do see Edna's ear slightly before it goes into a freaking pearl the size of, you know, her nose. Maybe that's what I'm missing with Maud. No, she goes straight. She doesn't really have the eyebrow. Okay. high or too low for the hair. Needs to kind of go under the head, neck. Then we've got
chatter and scribble, my pencils in hand as we draw. We chat
the early Dribble Draw song.
Wonderland. Colors collide, imagination so grand. Travel,
When I was fighting with the AI to say drivel.
thoughts come alive, flowing through the pen.
Travel.
Every
Drivel.
we create, we mend the conversations blend.
It's hard when that's the one thing I don't like about. See, it gets it later in the song. That's why I was like, okay, this is fine. The fact that you're constantly fighting with the damn AI to get the AI to perform some words that sound or spelled the same but have different soundings. So drivel and travel spelled the same way. Well, actually, no. Actually, it is drivel. It is drivel. D-I-R or D-R-I-V-L-E or E-L. Drivel. Which means just random chat, just random nonsense. For those who don't know what drivel is. Did I do this on the same layer as the cookie? I guess I did. I'll just do the suitcases on a different layer. Believe it or not, there's a lot more references from... Well, I mean, it's definitely believable. Kerboffle, there's a lot more of Kerboffle to use as reference than Maud. Again, she was not a popular character. Maud was not a popular character, so it's like, okay, I only have a few references to use. There we go. Let's see here. Legs. I'm gonna kind of just. This is where the sketch is kind of being a pain. Drawing these legs. Shoot. Because this is a enhanced version. Somebody kind of drew a little bit towards this. I don't think this is an actual shot from the show. But it's what they provided me, so it's like, alright. And they're not even. I can already see they're not even. Okay.
Layers of muck getting sprayed, filth and grime, they all cascade, turning murky into bright. Shrek swamp shining in the light. Blast the dirt away, my friend. Clean it up until the end. Power washer in my hand. Make this swamp a sparkling land. Scrub the logs and wash the trees.
Yeah,
Whistle
it's still not
home,
working
just
right.
feel the
I'm gonna have to sketch it out
every spray.
because the legs aren't working.
Turning darkness
they're looking way out of different shapes, and I need to do a better job of the sketch. So, yeah, okay. There's where we did them.
Shrek will see his home anew, thanks to us and what we do. Power washing with a cheer, making magic oh so clear.
I gave my heart, I laid it at your feet. You wrapped it up, but you played it all so sweet. Thought we had
There we go.
something
That's
real,
better.
something
And I'll
true,
deal
but
with
you
the
had no
suitcases because
plan.
those are a little bit
Got me feeling
easier to
like a
draw
fool.
and fix them later.
You took my love, my trust, my everything, but now I see through your deceitful strings. I won't be broken, I won't stay down, gonna rise up strong, gonna turn this around. Yeah, you thought you had me under your control, but I've got you burning deep inside my soul. You tried to steal my heart, leave me in the dark, but I fight back, gonna make my mark. I'll rise from the ashes stronger than before. I won't
I
let you
crookedly did that.
break me anymore.
They're not aligned again. That should be me.
I thought we had something real, something true.
There we go. That's a little bit better. And for now, I mean, considering the time and how much time we have left to work on 2 other characters, the better. Yeah, this is definitely not studio. So wherever they got this picture, it's not studio. Because that's the style of the show. This is like a altered image at best, or some fan art. Alright, top is the same color, or the shirt top is the same color. Fix that a little bit. Alright, she's got a green jacket. I think the reference I was using had the sleeves probably, as you would, and I'm going to do this, and we're going to just redraw that with a circle, because I don't like how that pearl is. So I'm just going to kind of cover it, and then we'll come back to a circle that is proper. Circle tool. I'm going to increase the thickness to match my pen thickness right now. The eyes are out of shape too. That I can fix by doing some scaling. Kind of. I need to get probably best to do the lasso. blob on the part of the pool. All right. Deselect. Fixing here. I assume she's gonna have this sort of broken eyelash that our mod reference did. So the mod reference is actually from the series.
Twisted powers we command.
Alright, if we're gonna do pink, this looks like it's... I'm just gonna use a...
We shall make our final stand.
We'll kind of do that reference there, and then we'll go with the pink that gave us. Nope, that is far darker pink, so let's go darker shade.
Magic hands tremble as a spell.
Looks like a darker green of the jacket.
My fingers twitch, power like a reckless child. I saw Theo tripping over his own 2 feet. His look so cute and ridiculously impossibly sweet. Love potion bubbling, stirring in a Kelly brew. My heart resisting what my mind already knew. All
You can kind of see the mess there. I need to fix. We want a hint of a knee, but not a true knee, because they don't really show knees in The Simpsons. Okay, I'm going to use the same
Potions explode, shards fly past my face.
kind of reference with Edna.
Theo grinning with
We're going to go with the same yellow,
this strange place.
darker tone.
Their hair a mess, their robes catch on fire. Unpredictably cute, you spark my desire. A love potion bubbling, stirring, chaotic brew. My heart resisting what my mind already knew.
And another reason I can draw shadows like this is practice. Lots and lots of having done it this way. If you do not have experience doing it, you know, use the select tool. It's there for that. I should use it sometimes. I do use it sometimes. But on cartoony characters, I'm fine with it being this way. Wait, are we doing the right? No, we're not doing the right shadow. Already not doing the right shadow. So that one was kind of right. But the shadow would go this way. Should probably still have a little bit of a shadow here. There'd still be a shadow under the nose.
Years stretch time, inches will rumbles on. Enchantments of love grow stronger, our fears long gone. Theo's power casting chaos in the air. And somehow now I can't help but care.
only worry is I think Edna's color scheme of the yellow is off, and the outfit's probably off too. But I'm going with it. I don't have time to keep looking for proper references.
Running through the shadows, lost in the night. I need a hero to make it alright. Screaming out, but no one's around. Save my soul before I hit the ground.
What a
Every
little.
heartbeat echoes fear and doubt. Can't escape this maze without a way
And then I'll add.
out. Armor shining in the dark so bright. Guide me through the storms. Be my light. Save me from the chaos of this world. Be the beacon in my darkness. Unfurl, lift me high above the
Need to add some color or shadow to the clothes
I need a hero.
really quickly
I'm feeling worn.
because we're at the last hour. I still got 2 other characters to draw, and I still want to put a background on it.
In my restless mind, searching for a savior, one of a kind. Hold me close as the tempest rages. Flip the script, turn these empty pages. Shattered dreams lie scattered on the floor. Unlock the chains, open freedom's door. Eyes on fire, battling the night. Hero, come and set my path alight. Save me from the chaos of this world. Be the beacon in my darkness. Unfurl, lift me high above the broken. Torn. I need a hero.
Other reason why I can tell this is that the drawing of Edna is fan art. The shadow they did, when you do a shadow, especially on clothing, you don't want black. You don't want to use black unless you're going to have some dark, dramatic look. For a cartoon character, like a Simpsons character, you want to use the color. And you want to use the darkness of the color. So you go shade lower on the character. Alright, we'll get on to... Oh wait, we still got the other hand real quick.
Save me from the chaos of this world.
Still gotta do suitcases. Like I said, I'd redo them a little bit. Nope. I kind of want to just do that. And same with the mods so I can see where I'm drawing these. We'll go layer up. Alright, I'm going to kind of just draw these really cartoony because they were really cartoony in the drawing.
She's programmed for adventure. A digital explorer, drawing comics, watching anime. She's always on the move. The electric dreamer, living life in pixels and screens. She's got a fire in a circuits, running brighter and stronger. The electric dreams. Late at night she plugs into a virtual realm, fighting battles, saving worlds from the overwhelm. Across dimensions she's a hero, virtual superstar, playing video games. She's got the power to conquer all. The electric dreamer, living life in pixels and screens. She's got a fire in a circuits,
Alright.
running brighter and stronger.
Problem is we're going to have the leg come into play, so I am going to have to do a quick edit of these when they're done. But we got one dark brown, one red.
Electric dreamer, living life
Come on.
in
that's not her. Although I can get rid of that one now. That's her. That's weird. I don't know why it's not letting me get a reference from any layer. Oh, it's okay, just from that layer. That's why I must have clicked the old one. Shoot, and that's not right there. Nope, wrong layer too. Like I said, it covers her leg. We're gonna fix that in a bit. So that's got a dark handle. We'll just do it. Dark handle. The other one's got a metal handle. Alright, here's how I'm fixing it. So I'm bringing Edna and Maud back. I'm selecting... Nope. What the hell? Why am I only getting one layer? Alright, so we selected that. I'm also going to select the black outline. There we go. See, this is what I'm worried about. We're at 11:15. I still have got to get the hair done, and then we can get on with Flapjack and Tuba. I mean, out of all these characters, honestly, Flapjack. I mean, Kerbobble, okay, maybe. I have no idea with Tuba because I've never seen Infinity Train. So I can't use that as a point of interest. I'm going to remove the TARDIS one too. So there we go. So we don't need the reference of the TARDIS. Still need to keep TARDIS faded in the background though while I work. New layer. I'm actually also kind of surprised I haven't been asked to draw more Owl House characters, considering the popularity of the series. They will not be appearing in Magical Princess War, as far as I can tell at the moment, because there's not really a magical princess in Owl House. And for those wondering if Ida's name came from Ida from Owl House, no, I planned Ida before Owl House was a big thing. Because Owl House only really lasted for a year and a half, and that it started at the same time I created Ida, and I based all the witches or all the female characters in Witchin are named after fictional witches that I could find, and the research did not include Ida from Owl House. And talk about a character reference from Tenchi Muyo. Ida from Owl House is a reference to Ryoko in style and in personality. The reason why I'm probably gonna be okay with Flapjack. He's very simple in design, and at the same time he's based off of an actual cardinal, so I'm not too worried about the design too much. See them all the time in my hometown, and they are the bird of our state. So
In the silence of the night, freedom feels alive with chains that hold me tight.
and yes, I do feel sorry what happened to Flapjack. I think I've watched all. Have I watched all of Owl House at this point? I think I'm still a little bit in the second season, but I think I've watched most of it, if not all of it. I don't recall if I've watched all of it. There's not much to the show. It's a good show, but there's not much to the show. That's the wrong color for the beak. And, I mean, Flapjack's a good example of character color. While Flapjack's based off of a cardinal, the design of Flapjack and the color scheme of Flapjack is repeated in several spots. So his eye is the same color as the scar as well as his feet. Well, no, his feet are darker. Okay, his feet are darker. But his eye is the same color as the scar on his head. Then the dark of the body, it's not too far. It's sort of like a mix between the red and the dark red and the red that go on in him. And then you have the main part of the body red. So, fairly simple. Like I said, it wasn't going to take too long to do him. And there's no shadow on him. He's flat. He's a flat character, and I think the same with Tuba, maybe. Where's Tuba's art? Yeah, Tuba's flat. No, there's shadow and highlight on the tubas, but not on the body. So, we can get rid of the Flapjack art.
Her pink eyes burn soft but cruel. Is this magic, or am I the fool?
Okay. And last, well, shoot. Flapjack would be in front. I don't know why I threw.
His shadow still
I was thinking otherwise.
Ida hums in his old tunes place. I stare at her but see his face. Hide shadows
Redo that.
for his return. Highlight the skies, let the heavens burn. But Ida's fingers hold his dreams, twisting truth like silver beams. I'd shatter the stars for his return. I'd light the skies, let the heavens burn. But Ida's fingers hold his dreams, twisting truth like silver beams. Ida moves like she owns the skies, wears his jacket, tells his lies. Her pink
Looks like a very simple draw satchel where you see the sort of cover like that.
Drift in her artful hell.
keep getting my arm stuck, so I'm going to try and do these separately then. There we go.
But who am I to break her spell? A major drift in her artful hell. Every whispered word cuts deep. Hers are honey, his did we.
Oh, it goes down. Well, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's kind of leaning, hunching over a little bit at a different angle, so I don't think I need to do too much there. And we kind of just, they kind of don't have that big of a musculature, but they are big ape arms, so.
Lost in a pixelated haze, fighting dragons in a virtual maze. She's the princess of a world unknown, but deep inside, she feels so alone. Beneath the flashing
Kind of surprised we haven't heard the freaking new songs again yet. I know we've repeated at least the Love Potion Lament we repeated. And I think one or two other songs I've heard again. I'm kind of surprised we haven't repeated the new songs.
in this fantasy world, she must
And the 4 hours we've been here.
be a princess. Story won't end, but the fame and the fortune, it's never her own. She's just a puppet, a face that is shown.
Oh, I don't get to see the side. I'm gonna guess. It's a little bit like that.
But the fame and the fortune, it's never her own. She's just a puppet, a face that is shown.
Wow, they have 5 toes. Kind of impressed. Alright. 8 toes, of course, long, like my own.
Step inside the swinging
Yeah, Wiki Feet, that's all you're getting out of me.
order food and even more.
Toes are long.
Paper and a pencil too. Watch the artist draw for you. Dining and doodles at their best. Place your orders, be our guest. A burger with a sketch on side. In this diner, art and taste collide. Cheeseburger with a cartoon face. Milkshake drawings always ace. Fries and a portrait on the plate. This diner makes your spirits elevate. Yeah, dining and doodles at their best.
So, I mean, I guess it's been a little bit of a while. I can address why, kind of why I stopped dining in noodles.
Sketch on side.
The name.
This
The
diner
name.
always
Too many
tastes
people were like, oh, well, why is it called Dining and Doodles? Like, well, initially we were doing,
near the fries.
initially it was not streamed. Initially it was just drawn and it included a recipe with it that I devised for cooking when I could eat that stuff conveniently when we came back. And I'm like, I really can't do that anymore. I was like, I had to stop, remove lots of food from my diet. It's not appropriate to start working on a cookbook. Alright, I'm gonna use the shapes. Oh, that's still at 5. I need to erase that.
Creeps in, darkness whispers won't let me win. Fight the voices deep inside. Rise up, never run or hide. Stand your ground, never fall. Hear the hero inside call. Scream through pain, break the chains. Strength from fire and lace. Heartbeats racing, fears a thief. Steal your dreams, let the seeds unreap.
This is going a little bit faster than I thought it would with tuba, but same time, it's getting these the tuba part looking fine.
Heartbeats racing, fears a thief. Steal your dreams, let the seeds of grief. Eyes ablaze, soul takes flight. Breaking free in the dead of night. Stand your ground, never fall. Hear the hero.
Kind of want to make them look a little more beveled outward, if I can. Or wrong color. Let's do a thinner line for the bevel. Let's take it down 5 to 10. I have changed the pen tip, so I've been starting to use 15 more on my pen tip. It gives me a little bit more of a thinner line in my drawing. Normally I would use the standard for shonen manga, which is a 20 tip pen. And you just use like the edge a little bit and just kind of get those smaller lines. But it gives you a much thicker line at times to get some of the action and whatnot. And that's what I've been using for Demon Blade since the start of the 2015 run. And I carried it over to Witchin, but at the same time people were like, make your line smaller. Alright, okay, here's how I'm gonna really make this look like it's beveling out. I'm gonna have to do that with color. I think I'm gonna have to do that with the color. Is it just the one line, or is there another? No, it's just the one. Okay.
Sowing seeds in my pixelated town, growing crops, watching them go up and down,
That's black.
chopping down trees in this virtual world, making friends with all the boys and girls. Fishing by the river, catching all the fish, mining in the caves, living out my wish, upgrading my farmhouse.
I must have left an opening on the foot. And I know I can see the opening left on this foot, and I still need to draw the back end of the foot on this one. I see where it's open. Nope, must have left an opening in the back end. Alright. So what I'll do...
I'm living carefree.
There we go. think we're gonna have to do some more work on the tuba. That's fine. I figured the tubas are gonna probably be a problem with tuba. The tubas are gonna be a problem with tuba. So these should really be beveling down a little bit. Try with the pen. Come on. Get off of that. There we go. I guess it would curve around underneath, so we probably should take care of that.
Innocence was our bond, you and me. You were my summer star in the night sky. Taught me to dream with no reasons why.
We carved our names in the old oak tree. Promised forever, just you and me. Laughter echoes in the hallways of time. But life
Tell you what we'll do. Because I do want to premiere the music, and we didn't really talk about. We let one premiere, but I hadn't let the others really have time. We will take a moment as I go through these and finish this up. I'll switch over to the actual music and just try and. Well, crap, I don't have a way to go on the thing, do I? I guess I could set it up. I can set it up while we're live. To get desktop audio, and you guys will be able to hear it. None of them are Demon Blades. They're all Witchin', I think, songs. Anyway, no wait. Okay, I think one was Demon Blade.
Tell the story of the times we spent. Time's a thief, but can't steal our song. In the heart's quiet corners we belong.
dark and that doesn't look very good for difference.
Memories dance on the soft summer breeze. Though miles apart, our hearts still can find love like a river that won't be denied.
Ah, too far.
Childhood ghosts whisper through the trees. Memories dance on the soft summer breeze. Though miles apart, our hearts still confide. Love like a river that won't be denied.
Alright, so I know Infinity Train is on Cartoon Network, but the problem is it... I have Max. I don't have cable. I don't... And the problem with Max is they didn't keep many of the Cartoon Network shows. They really did. So I'm going to have to try and search if I ever want to watch Infinity Train. Only ones that I know that are still on Max are Steven Universe, Teen Titans Go, and Teen Titans Regular, and Adventure Time. And Adult Swim.
Savor your courage, yeah, cook it with spice. A warrior's flavor, oh so precise. Your defiance that something will bake.
Alright, let's bring the TARDIS in full color picture. I'm going to delete our reference for Tuba. I'm going to hide our sketch marks. I'm actually going to take Tuba and move him down and over. For my sketch. And we need to do the wording on there. And it looks like it's a standard Arial.
Perfect for a soul so divine.
I got it yellow. Let me do it. Yeah, if we do it in white, I might as well move it down here. And I went back to the Don't worry about the font or the color right now. We still haven't adjusted those. I need one that to be white, and two that to be yeah, you know what? Copper plate cloth. Gothic, I think will work best.
Sweet dreams, blade master with time to grow. That blade in your hand, it gives you belief, but to me it smells like parsley and grief. Your final
Yeah, let's stretch these
stand
both
is my
out a bit.
favorite thrill. Sweet dreams, blade master with time to grill.
Okay, then I need to do smaller. Definitely gonna make the TARDIS a bit bluer, because I think the color we chose was kind of very off blue. Let's see if we can get a better blue out of that. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Definitely. do need to kind of go back and do the box. Needs to be, okay, that's at 5. Okay, good. And now that we have established the shadow version, and it's supposed to be silver.
Lying in shadows where dreams disappear. I love you deeply, the danger is near. Can't share my story, the whispers are so tight. In the abyss of the silent night, your eyes like oceans, they draw me inside. But waves of secrets I still have to hide. Deep in the darkness, where truths collide.
Alright, I'm gonna do this. See if I can.
My hidden shadow could ruin your life. Whispers in the night, secrets held tight. Love without light in the darkest night.
I want to get this a little notice, and I want to put that in the spot. So
Would you still stand the
it's just gonna be easier to do it cut and paste, I think.
holding you close while I'm breaking apart? Each kiss a dagger piercing my heart. Can't bear to shatter the world that you know. Holding this weight, afraid it will show. Our love is a flame that flickers with fear. The more that I hide, the less you are near. The shadows are creeping closer each day, hoping the light will keep them at bay. If honesty burns, do I risk it all?
Problem is trying to get this on appropriate perspective.
The peril I call, or keep on pretending day after day.
To what we have on the box.
Trapped in the dark will fade away.
Okay. We're going to take that. I'm going to... Nope, that's not the right one. No. Zone entrance.
My face in the glimmer reflection.
Okay, this is a new one.
Yeah, the world is mine. Every street screams my name. Every mirror feeling fine. Hollywood's my kingdom. My throne's here to stay. But your magic's the beacon that steals my spotlight away.
Value all glitter but lack brains. A desperate parade. A mage so hollow, trapped in the act you play. Your shadow's begging for the attention. It practically cries. Not a chance, my love ain't something money buys.
Twisted love, gonna burn it all. Egotistical hearts are bound to fall. Your obsession's loud.
My laughter's cruel. In this wicked game, who's the
Okay, we had that little reference in the TARDIS to get the.
I built my life on applause. I crafted the fame, but Ada, you're the stars. The burning of my heart in an uncontrollable flame. My vanity cracks when you're caught in the frame. For you, I'd shatter my family stake just to have you at my place.
You think that love's a mirror, you just pose and stare. But baby, I don't need someone to tell me I'm rare. I am far from a shallow fool. That is nothing but a common tool. Take your smokes and mirrors, boy, step aside. Because out of your shadow I won't hide.
Twisted love, gonna burn it all. Egotistical hearts are bound to fall. Your obsession's loud.
My laughter's cruel. In this wicked game, who's the fool?
So that was Twisted Love. It's not exactly a love song for Ida and Val, Wando. It's kind of, it literally as its name, the song sounds. It's a twisted story. So they had to have a twisted love song, and unfortunately, when you tell the AI, it's sometimes, and you do a little bit of the writing, it's like, eh. But at the same time, the AI is like, oh, let's do Twisted Love. It's like, I mean, it sounds fun, nice, but it's a little too on the head, isn't it? So I'm just making a quick background for this. That's too small.
I saw you in the moonlight, baby, casting spells on your street. You had your pointy hat on, baby. such a lovely night for rain. Oh, witchy witch, I need you now. I'm lurking in your trees. You see me in your dreams somehow, whispering my pleas. Got your name tattooed on my arm, carved it in a tree. Oh, witchy witch, you cast a spell, but the spell was cast on me. Followed you to the apothecary, by an eye of noon. Love potion number 9's a thing, but baby, I'm the rule. Got a lock of hair you left behind now.
Oh wow, we're right on the time here. And it's like, okay, I want to do really one more quick thing, and we're doing it. So, all right, we'll go a little long, and I mean like about 10 minutes long, and we're gonna do the songs that we haven't heard. I just want to kind of get some foliage going on here.
Got your picture in my login, swiped it off your porch last June. I chant your name at midnight beneath the silver moon. Left some charms upon your doorstep, followed you to work one
Do it
day.
real quick.
I'll leave you
Something with the
into
building
my
back
weird
here.
world, no chance of getting away.
Oh, no, wrong lyric. Some duct work or something back there, so we'll just do it real quick.
I need you now. I'm lurking in your trees. You'll see me in your dreams somehow, whispering my pleas. Got your name tattooed on my arm, carved it in a tree.
Asymmetrical.
You cast a spell,
That way it's
but the
not
spell was cast on.
repeating the same thing. Then I have
Oh,
a quick
witchy witch. Oh,
I think
witchy
it's
witch.
texture.
In the darkest of nights, I'm all
Yeah, there it is.
alone, lost my way, can find no home. I'm drowning in my own despair. Need someone to pull me up from this nightmare.
There you go. All right.
Inside, they never sleep. They
I'll
whisper in the
make it fit
shadows,
in the
they
screen so you guys can
reach.
see the full
I'm
picture.
running on
There you go.
can't keep up.
We've got the time TARDIS and whatnot. Everybody coming out of the TARDIS that was described. I did change Krabappel's coloring to match Maud's because Maud was referred from the actual Simpsons, whereas Krabappel was not. And we had Tuba and Flapjack separately. Okay. That being said, I'm going to turn the music off for a second. I am going to... Oh, we do have game capture, so maybe I can get it to capture the audio I will put up in a second here. So I want to give you the actual names of the titles we just posted. Or we played. So, Welcome to the Family is the one we heard at the start. That is Ida and the Family. I'm going to play Eyes on Me, which is the one we talked over. And then there's going to be another song called On My Knees. And the one we just heard was Twisted Love. So, alright. I want to make sure I'm capturing the right place. Oh no, that should be game captured. Hold on. We need was it? Application audio. That's what we need. All right. And I need it to be this. So it's not going to be interfering. Although, see, it should not be getting anything but the AI. I don't know why it's getting... Should not be getting my audio. So I'm going to mute my mic. The first song we're going to play, I'll bring it on every time we do it. I'm having a bit of double here. So the first song I'm about to play is called Eyes on Me. Hold on a second. Okay.
They call me Ida with the spells that amaze, but I used to be Theo in my family's gaze. Swapped my jeans for a dress and put on a show. Now the world's got its eyes on a witch who they don't know. Eyes on me, I question who they see. Oh, I'm the girl with the spell in my hand, but I left my old life for a plan. Yet was what I went looking for right. Who I am is Theo, still within my sight.
Theo loved a good tease and always had a grin. Now Ada's the witch that is left pining for who they have been. I traded my life for fame and knowledge to find. Now all I can do is keep running the questions in my mind.
Eyes on me, I question who they see. Oh, I'm the girl with the spell in my hand, but I left my old life for a plan. Yet was what I went looking for right. Who I am is Theo, still within my sight. The cauldron bubbles and the crowd goes wild, but inside I'm still just a nervous child. Ada's a star and Theo's a ghost. Do I want this life or the one I miss most? I laugh in the mirror at the girl I became, but Theo still whispers my forgotten family name. Ada's a beacon and hero in their thrilled eyes, but some nights I miss my time as Theo, lost by my lies. Eyes on me, who do I even see? That lies within my head spins. Who am I to be with the eyes on me?
That was Eyes on Me. So I did let that play. I recall. Yeah, we did let that one play earlier. So we'll do Welcome to the Family and On My Knees. So first is going to be Welcome to the Family.
A nightmare in disguise, a twinkle in their eyes, a scar under their sleeves, a liar who'll deceive.
Welcome to the family, the family. Welcome to the family, the family. The Guansdales await for you to join. Ada, my dear, you really should have been warned. A con man for a brother, a narcissist for a lover. There in the darkness you will discover
The secrets this family has covered. Welcome to the family, the family. welcome to the family. The family, the Wansdales welcome you to your new home, one you will never leave and roam.
Do not be afraid, for you're not a guest. Oh, you Ida are far more than that. If you think you can escape from where you are at, think again, dear girl, that is just a fantasy. You will soon be part of this family.
A killer with a curse, a seer with a verse, a fortune and a hearse, the darkness will submerge. You don't even need to say a word. Welcome to the family, the family, welcome to the family, the family. You may be a powerful witch, but Ada, if you don't like your husband, you can just switch.
That there is Uncle Dale, don't worry, he is out on bail. Watch your back with Auntie Cat, she will stab you at the drop of a hat. Cousin Perth is missing since the bodies have been honored. And let's not forget our greatest grandpa, Gastivario. We should help him, it's time for him to go. Oh, of course, your future husband, Val, is the master of this grand show. You will join us, no, you can't go. Welcome to the family, the family, welcome to the family, the family. The Wansdales are a family in decline,
Which is why you will fit in just fine.
welcome to the family, the family, 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 welcome.
Okay, Welcome to the Family, I wrote myself, 100, almost 100%. They did come up with the Welcome to the Family bit through AI, but I had to write line by line by line, and it took me a couple weeks to do this one. I wanted Welcome to the Family to be the title, and I wanted this dark, sort of melodious villain family to come into light, and that's what I got. So I wanted a villain song that was like, oh, welcome to the family, hey, come on in, and you would start to learn about the dark underseedings of the family. So I was like, that's witching right there. That's the darkness hiding quite very much under the pleasantry of the family and the Wansdales. And so, of course, it talks about Val, who is Ida's fiance, through the sort of mischief and confusion that Ida created at the beginning of the series. She basically used the Wansdale name without them, and she thought she'd get away with it. And now she's stuck into a potential marriage if she doesn't succeed at becoming a Black Robe in 4 years. And you're going to see moments where this will come into play. You know, I've really got to get to designing these family members to be like twisted and not your typical anime design. You'll have like sleeky time. There are a lot of One Piece influence is going to come into the design of the family members. We've already met Gast, who they talk about, Gasvardio, is his full name. When they're saying, we need to get rid of him, they mean, get rid of him. We need to kill him. Because the old man refuses to die. He's 500 years old. Now we'll go on to the final song that I chose, that I like. There's two versions of the song, but I'm going to play the one I think I'm settling on. The different versions are if they address them as Ida or if they address them as Theo. And considering the point of where this song represents in the story, and this one I also wrote from scratch. The points from story in this with Theodore and Ryland. This is right after Ryland discovers the secret that Theodore is Ida, and Ida is Theodore.
The shadow of your love has darkened every room, and I swear I can still see you. Everywhere I go, your laughter echoes off the walls, and your smile burns through my eyes. I'm being haunted by your memory, and I'm too scared to let it go. Theo, please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know how long it's been since you felt anything at all. I can tell you hate yourself, and you don't wanna come back home. Theo, please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know.
The shadow of my life was only meant for me, searching for the world I need to be. Everywhere I go, the past has been haunting me, and I've become a witch. Let her take control. Now I have to be who that is me as I go. Love is something I never saw to know. Rylan, please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know how long it's been since you felt the love you hold. You can tell I hate myself, and I don't wanna come back home. Rylan, please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know.
How can you stand there and pretend that you don't care? Your touch has grown cold, and I wanna help, but I'm too scared. You say you're just a witch, but I can see the one I love in there.
Please just let me try. I'm not strong enough to say
Goodbye, Theo. Please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know
how long it's been since you felt anything at all. I can tell you hate yourself, and you don't wanna come back home.
Theo, please, I'm on my knees. I just wanna know.
So all of these are going into the Witchin soundtrack. I had a little bit of period where Witchin and Demon Blade have not been added from last week pages. Demon Blade is off until the end of June, simply because I have not had time to draw the detail to my liking. That I need to finish Love Potion Lament, though, because it's due at the end of the month. And with Witchin, I've got one page up, but I need to get to further pages, and you will see a lot more detail in the next page. All these songs are going to be added to the Witchin playlist on the website. So if you go to embryararts.com and go to /Witchin, you will be able to access the Witchin website and be able to read all the issues and hear the songs that are being selected. So these 4 are moving forward. They're being approved. Same with Demon Blade. There are some Demon Blade songs approved. I don't think there's too many I'm going to add yet. Some of the later songs are not being added because they're much later along the line of chapters, and I don't want to put too many spoilers. But I mean, with Witchin, I'm not too worried about the spoilers because it's still about the comedy and how the jokes land. But for that, you can go to, as we said earlier, DemonBladeComic.com. It's got its own address, but you can also go through Embryo Arts website in that way. Also, you can support us with Demon Blade with the book sales. Amazon has our book sales on Demon Blade. I do not have Witchin out on a book sale yet. If I do a Witchin book sale, I want to clean up the first chapter because the art is a bit of a mess in the first and second chapter. But I might do that in the future. I don't know. It's not going to get published because color publishing would cost me way too damn much right now. Even if I had Amazon do it and take it out the book fees, you're talking a lot of money. I'd have to sell the book for a larger price than I do Demon Blade, much larger price than Demon Blade. But we will probably do a digital release, bulk release of the series. We will be back, of course, on Sunday. If you have a request of us to draw, like our individual here who requested this scene, I'd say more, but I really don't understand what's going on here. But yeah, if you have a request you want to see drawn, contact us through socials, or leave a comment below this video, or any of our videos. That's fine. Check out our music videos on YouTube as well. We do the music videos, the quick draws and music videos over there. So you'll be able to see everything we did with the drawing today that is request. That'll be out probably tomorrow, maybe Thursday at the most, where I will have it sped up and it'll play to a song. I haven't determined what song yet. That being said, yeah, we do that. Check those out on their YouTube channel. And lastly, I do want to thank Purple Phantom for joining in, and I want to thank, and they joined in on Kick, I want to note, and I want to thank Joel13579 lol for joining in on Twitch today. So always nice to have some new subscribers join in. I thank you all for joining in. As always, go out there and be the best you that you can be. And have a wonderful evening, a wonderful week, and a wonderful year. See y'all Sunday. Good night, everybody.
Lights go down streams and thanks for time we spent. Laughs and smiles all through